Hi, Daisakuma. Hi, Revolution Bean. Nice of you to join us. Hi, Fake Real 127. Hi, Joshua Dio Donut. Hi, Fun Time. Sorry for the delay. Just had a late supper. I'll be with you. I'll get us started in just a second. Just gonna give everyone a minute to file in. Hi, Em. We had a great intermission before. Yeah, we did. It's definitely seeming like the rest of the trial is going to be figuring out, really trying to nail down who between Iroha and Kanade did this. And it's definitely something that that could definitely, I mean, I could definitely see it going either way. Hi, Grief and Golem. But yeah, I feel like, granted, Iroha could have just as easily provided an alibi for herself by sending her the message, especially if she'd kept the handbook on, if she kept Setsuka's e-handbook plus on her. But yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly my point. That I feel like on the face of it, she's probably less likely to be the killer, but I'm not counting out the possibility that she could have faked her own alibi. And for transporting the... Right, I remember saying that or at least theorizing that the pieces of the body were transported during the parade just by stuffing them in the dolls, and I even think that might be how the killer and Hibiki ended up getting there. Alright, I think that's enough, waiting. We've got got my skills changed around as needed. This one being the main one. I'm doing alright, Joshua, thank you for asking. How are all of you doing? Hi, Sasaso. Just to make up for this, we will be going later, and
the only person who matches all the descriptions that Kanade mentioned.
Yeah, just to be clear, I will be playing this to the end, and if we have to go past, I anticipate we're going to be going to the end of Chapter 3 today.
Is you, Iroha?
Wait! No. Why am I the culprit? Why am I being accused all of a sudden?
Now that we've established their identity, allow me to go over the crimes step by step. Sora, could you show me the pool gate records once more? Firstly, like Shobai said, Setsuka died at the pool in the morning. Iroha had called her there for that very reason. So Setsuka enters at 8:44, and Iroha enters at 8:45.
Wait, I've never even entered the pool, like, ever! Cross my heart!
No, that's enough of your whining. I'm talking now. First you frame my sis for the murder of her friend. Then you have the nerve to set me up for the fall? That crybaby act won't save you this time. You're going to pay.
But I never...
So, then what?
Setsuka was killed almost instantly. Iroha wouldn't have wasted too much time. She then leaves the pool at 9:22 to set up the sanitation sign and to gather the tools needed to cut up the body.
So that wasn't Hibiki entering, but Iroha leaving?
Yeah, using Setsuka's eHandbook Plus. That way, Setsuka's ID, DJ6SX7, would show up as an output. She then returned to the pool at 9:54. This time, she has to use her own eHandbook Plus.
Oh, so nobody entered the pool after 9:54?
It appears Miss Kanade is using a similar line of logic to that of Mr. Hashimoto, but taking a slightly alternate approach.
By 12:54, she would have finished dismembering the body. After eliminating any traces of the crime having taken place, she leaves the pool using Setsuka's eHandbook Plus. By doing this, Iroha would have been able to leave the pool. Yet an in output would be recorded in the gate logs.
Wait, let me get this straight. Shobai's theory was that the body was cut up between 12:54 and 17:54, right? But you're suggesting that it was done between 9:54 and 12:54.
Yes, 3 hours should be just enough time to do the job. This also helps us answer the question as to why it took 3 hours just to bring the dismemberment tools.
That's a good point, actually. While Shobai's theory made sense, we never were able to explain that 3-hour gap.
By the way, why did you say my name like this is the first time we met when I've been to 9 of your SDRA2 streams? I just like greeting all the viewers as they arrive. It's something that one of my favorite Let's Players does.
Okay, so we're now saying that the dismemberment process was already done by 12:54?
We also still haven't addressed the penicillin. I don't know what that's gonna have to do with anything, but I feel like that's got to be important to this. I feel like that could. I mean, I guess it could be how they knocked her out and ensured she couldn't fight back somehow.
But then why did it take so long for us to find the body?
Hold on, I'm not finished yet. I can explain that too. It's 12:54. Iroha decides to keep all the body pieces in one place before leaving the pool. Like you guys said, nobody would enter the pool, provided the sanitation sign was there. Hours later, she returns to the scene at 17:24 and uses her own eHandbook Plus to get inside, grab the body pieces.
You don't need to apologize, Golem. I mean, I understand we've all got our own things to do.
1 minute later, 17:25, utilizing Setsuka's eHandbook Plus to leave the pool. By my calculations, this route is able to perfectly explain the gate records of the pool without contradiction.
Hi, Pikman fan.
I see. So it was possible to rig the records even without an accomplice.
Ideally, it would have been best for the culprit to not create any out records to avoid drawing suspicion to the pool. But both mine and Shobai's theory have limitations in that regard. Perhaps the culprit had a reason to do so.
Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's assuming she's the killer. That's smart. Using both, like drawing that attention to both sides of the coin. One main reason I remembered people disliking the length of this trial was how much of it is about these logs, but honestly, looking back with your streams, absolutely no time wasted. Absolutely not time wasted. Yeah, I don't think so. I think the main issue is just that it is fairly complicated to explain, certainly on first brush.
Or perhaps it really was impossible for them. I haven't figured that part out yet.
I just can't believe it. It was Iroha all along?
Wait, there's gotta be some sort of mistake. I promise you I didn't do any of this.
You shut your mouth. I'm not done yet. Where was I? Ah, yes. After finishing up at the pool, Iroha moves the body pieces to Department C monorail station. She then runs over to Department A.
But isn't that what Shobai theorized?
Hang on, I'm still not done. Now's the important part, so pay attention. After Iroha arrives at Department A, she enters the ghost house at 17:55. Here, it doesn't really matter whose eHandbook Plus she uses, but it was probably better to use her own. I'll explain why in just a moment. Once inside, she cuts the wires of the ghost house fuse box.
What's the usual length of these trials? For Danganronpa trials, usually 3 to 4 hours. I don't know if that standard applies to SDRA too.
And uses Setsuka's e-handbook plus to lead.
Alright, slow your roll, Chief. What the hell are you on about? I said that exact same thing earlier, to which you claimed was impossible. If Setsuka Chiebukuro's hand is at the monorail station of Department C, then how are you going to turn her e-handbook plus on?
Yeah, I was going to ask that too. But I guess he was faster.
This theory of yours is nothing short of copying my theory, but swapping your name with bubbleheads. It's a shame I hadn't copyrighted that theory, or else I could sue you for a real bout of plagiarism.
Copyright. Forever less one day.
Oh, you haven't figured that part out yet. That's a shame. Well, guess I'll have to point out the obvious.
How long was the trial in SDRA 1 to 2? I honestly don't know. I remember the second trial in DRA 1 is quite long. It's funny how all of this is logically sound on Kanade's part. The biggest thing against it is that we're framing Iroha of all people. Yeah. Yeah. And yet, for Kanade's purposes, in terms of trying to corner someone, like in terms of just trying to do it against someone who can't fight back, Iroha's probably one of the best choices.
In order to turn on Setsuka's e-handbook plus, you would just have to carry the hands, right?
But Kanade, didn't you yourself say that was impossible?
Yeah, that's the problem I'm seeing with Kanade's theories, because she's been disagreeing a lot with Shobai, and what's more, she's basically, like, she's kind of contradicting herself and basically going back on her word, whereas before she's always had this stuff figured out. Trials can be between 2 to 4 hours, outliers in DR, yeah.
I did, yeah. But that was when we were talking about Sis. For Iroha, another story. Iroha actually has a pretty useful tool, shall we say, to hide the hands.
Her sketchbook. Because I ain't accepting her hat as I ain't accepting her beret as an answer.
And that tool is...
Her hat.
God damn it.
What? Ew!
Both Sis and I have no real way to carry the hands without being caught. Our pockets are too small to hide the hands in, and they would unnaturally stick out if we hid them under our clothes. You'd need to find a way to both not be seen, and also be able to pull it out at a moment's notice. This is a case where every second counts. The hand must have been readily available whenever necessary.
I'm gonna be honest, I was mostly joking when I said I wouldn't take her beret as an answer.
And you're suggesting that the hiding place was Iroha's hat?
For sure. If you put the severed hands on your head and then put the hat on top, it would look perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable, it's just kind of goofy, you know?
It would also be easy to grab one for using Setsuka's e-handbook plus. What do you think? Pretty handy, huh?
Boo!
And while Iroha's hat isn't technically a tool, it does the job and is part of her outfit.
No, it's making
it's making
sense. No, it's making sense. I just think that the image is just weirdly both morbid and goofy, you know?
She had 2 severed heads on the top of her head. Just the thought of that. Ugh.
That's disgusting! Why would I do such a horrible thing? And the one who entered the ghost house was Sabiki, not me! I saw it with my own eyes, I'm telling the truth!
That's exactly why I'm suspecting you, Iroha. If you perhaps lied about seeing my sister, you'd have no alibi.
But it really wasn't me! Cross my heart, tell her, Ibiki!
Good luck with that, Iroha, sorry.
I don't know! I can't remember anything! What did I do?
Any objections so far, Shobai? I'll take that as a no then. Let's continue. Iroha causes a blackout at the ghost house, then moves to the Department A monorail station. When the monorail resumes its operation at 1800, she rides it back to Department C to move the body. And yes, I know that this part is the same as Shobai's theory, but now comes the important part. The culprit must have hid the body parts near the ghost house. We all agreed to this, but couldn't pinpoint where. After some consideration, however, the place that I suspect this was done is the small park in front of the ghost house. Perhaps in one of the bushes there?
Wait, but didn't we also go over this? You guys searched Department A, so if somebody had hidden that kind of stuff...
Yup. Yet another reason why I'm suspecting Iroha. After all, it was Iroha who investigated the park area. When accusing me earlier, Shobai said the culprit could hide the body in the place they were supposed to investigate. This didn't work for me, because I investigated the place furthest from the ghost house. No time to carry the body there. Yet the park that Iroha investigated was right across from the ghost house. Distance-wise, she'd have no problem.
Holy cow, so it was like Shobai said! She just pretended to investigate, then lied about there being nothing!
Liar, liar, plans for hire! I mean, pants on fire! Your pants are on fire! And you're a liar!
And just exactly what part am I lying about?
You were the one who told me to investigate the park area. How was I supposed to know beforehand that you would assign me to that place?
I see. That was my bad. Had I assigned someone else, this case would have been over in a flash. But in my defense, I had no idea you were the sick monster that mutilated Setsuka back then. However, even if I had assigned you to some other place, wouldn't you have volunteered to investigate the park? Yes, I'm sure you would.
What? That's not true!
It doesn't matter, really. Sora investigated near the ghost house, so the only option left for you was probably the park. One way or another, you'd find a way to investigate the park. I've got to give it to you. You're pretty smart for a whore.
Where'd that come from? Jeez.
I always took you for a dumb, stupid, pathetic, useless, moronic, whiny airhead. Guess I was wrong. Well played.
No! I said I'm not the culprit! Why aren't you listening to me?
After that, well, you all know the drill, right? She hid the body and rejoined us, pretending to join the investigation. Then, after seeing Sora leave the ghost house, grabs the body from the park and takes it inside. This was around 1942. Having previously used Setsuka's e-handbook plus to gain entry, she swaps to her own e-handbook plus at the ghost house. That way she'd be able to create an ID from around 1750 without an out record. She's also now running against the clock. Retrieving Setsuka's e-handbook plus would waste precious seconds. She has no other choice but to use her own e-handbook plus for the sake of convenience. And that is why I said she would have used her own e-handbook plus first. Once inside, we enter the final phase of the plan. She puts the body parts on the altar, uses the blood packs to create a bloody mess, and then, with all the decorations done, she hides behind the sliding screen near the entrance. After the body discovery announcement, she pretends like she just entered the place, and voila! From body moving to false alibi to false evidence, she did it all by herself. This is the truth of the case.
Iroha, you really...
No. I told you, I'm not the bad guy. I'd never do something as horrible as this. Well, yeah, I can't prove that I saw Hibiki entering the ghost house, but, the hairpins! Sora found Hibiki's hairpins in the ghost house, right? How do you explain that?
Sleight of hand. You obviously just stole them to further your agenda of painting my sis as the murderer.
When? When would she have done that?
It's no secret that sis hasn't been herself since last night's motive reveal. Even a child could have pulled that off. Literally or metaphorically.
When would I have had the chance to steal that? You were the one who told us that Hibiki refused to come out of her room this morning.
Yeah, you're gonna say she picked the lock. She's gonna say she picked the lock.
Yeah, this morning. Given her state, I chose to give her some space for the day. I have no idea of where she was or what she did afterwards. The next time I saw her was after we found the body. The burden of proof still falls on you though, Iroha. Do you have any proof that you didn't meet my sis during that time?
Well, I can't...
Pretty sure the burden of proof falls on the accuser.
Sorry to butt in, but didn't you arrive late to the body discovery announcement, Iroha? The body was found in Department A, yet you were one of the last to arrive. Yoriko and Nikkei were all the way over in Department C, yet even they arrived before you. Can you tell us why you were so late?
That wasn't my fault! I was the only one who didn't receive Setsuka's message. only told me later they received a weird message, right? And Yuruka was heading towards the ghost house anyway because of that message.
That is true, but based on our observations so far, that message was sent by the culprit as well, right?
What?
Yup. Any and all messages sent from Setsuka today were done so by the culprit. Which is all the more reason why the culprit would have needed to carry Setsuka's hands at all times. I've proven how a hat would provide the perfect cover. And Sora's explained how Iroha fits all the other requirements.
Question is, where's like the one stick you pull out that makes us all fall
My
apart?
logic is flawless. It was Iroha Nijue. Plain and simple.
Or that proves
Well, this is certainly unexpected.
Holy smokes! So it really was Iroha all along?
Shobai, what do you think of this? I need to hear it from you.
Her theory itself has no contradictions, that's for sure. But the fact that Bubblehead thought of something so convoluted and complex, that in itself should be considered a contradiction.
He's right. I'm just a dumb, stupid idiot. There's no way I could think of something this smart.
My thing is, why would she forget to add herself? Yeah, that's definitely worth mentioning.
That's your defense? Like I implied earlier, it could very well have been an act. A wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. The fact that we wouldn't expect it from her could serve as an excellent distraction.
And did everyone receive their own... Did everyone receive the message individually, or was that in a group chat? I think it was in a group chat.
No, I'm being framed. Someone help me.
Still not giving up. Fine, I'll end this myself. If you claim that you're innocent, then where is your rebuttal? You were fine with voting for Sis earlier when she had no defense, right? Tell me, what makes you so special, Iroha?
She doesn't let anything pass by.
What's the difference between your baseless cries of innocence versus Sis bawling her eyes out? Nothing! Precisely!
Oh my
nothing.
fuck!
You're just a hypocrite who only cares about yourself! The more you protest, the tighter that noose around your neck will get. And I can't wait to see it snap! Do the smart thing, Iroha, and just give up!
It seems like Iroha's backed into a corner. Yeah, seriously, like, Kanade, I appreciate that you're either enjoying this or that you're doing this to cover your own tracks, but this isn't helping you either way. But yeah, the VA is doing great. But is she really the culprit? Kanade and Shobai did most of the reasoning, and there doesn't seem like there are any contradictions. If the two smartest people have arrived at this conclusion, then I guess we have no choice but to accept it.
It appears silence has befallen you all once more. Can I take that to signify you have reached a conclusion?
Not yet.
As this is our third-class trial, I'm sure you need no reminder. However...
At least half a dozen, right? Probably closer to 10, to be honest.
Ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. Will you make the right choice, or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be? Objection! I am a simple bird. My only wish is to do my one job without interruption. And yet...
I take it Mikado was waiting for that.
What is it, Mikado?
Firstly, that was rather fun to yell. I should make a note of that. Secondly...
You sucked at it. Never do that again.
Hold it! I have new evidence I wish to submit. For a while now, I have been unable to shake this feeling in the back of my mind, as if I had forgotten something. Only now do I realize just what that was and how crucial it is.
Get to the point!
According to Miss Kanade's theory, Miss Nijue should have dismembered the body between 9:54 and 12:54, correct? But take that! I present to you my own eyewitness testimony. I personally can confirm that I saw Miss Nijue goofing around and painting near the harbor at approximately 11 a.m.
What?
Oh yeah, I was drawing pictures of the harbor around midday.
Wait, you were doing doodles while we worked our butts off investigating?
Well, I was feeling a little blue and I thought some fun painting would raise my spirits, so...
That doesn't matter right now. The important part is that if Iroha was at the harbor at around 11 in the morning, then that means Kanade's theory is completely wrong.
Mikado, I'm so sorry for anything bad I ever said to you. You saved my life. How can I ever repay you?
Don't give him that, Iroha, come on.
Going away and never talking to me again would be a good place to start.
Touché.
I only stepped in because we'd all die if we voted wrong. I most certainly didn't do it for you. Anywho, now comes the fun part. Realizing that we've wasted all our time going in circles. Once again, we return to square one. Who else can we accuse today? Any takers?
Now hold on just 1 second. Are we sure we can trust this guy?
Bro?
I don't want to think it was Iroha, but we have to take everything Mikado says with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I was wondering when someone would mention that.
Mikado enjoys messing with us, right? What if he's doing just that and trying to throw us off the scent?
How rude. Like I said, an incorrect majority vote would result in the death of us all. This includes the charming, witty, and handsome Mikado Sonoji himself. And he's me!
We only have your word for that! Maybe you're the one behind all this and we're hoping to survive on your own! After all, you're the one who gave us those motive videos, right? Wouldn't it make sense to suspect you've masterminded all of this?
Shinji's right. You seriously think we're gonna believe a word you say after all you've done so far? I'm surprised you even have the audacity to speak up, given how we all hold you in unanimous contempt.
If it wasn't Iroha, then this case becomes unsolvable. She had to have been at the pool.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I also can't believe his words that easily. Remembering all that so last minute, it just doesn't feel right to me. If it wasn't for his account, Kanade's theory is perfect.
But he doesn't gain anything from lying, right? His life's on the line here.
Oh yeah, don't wish to detract, so remind me to tell you something at the end of the stream, Cortland. Okay. I'll just make a note of that. I assume you'll still be here by then. Hang on. Should really get a new eraser, or at least new pencils.
Mikado's many things, but suicidal? I'm not so sure.
To be honest, I feel like without Mikado, granted, I guess this is sort of intentional, Mikado's kind of, in some ways, at least in the background, certainly during the trials, but, you know, that's kind of all you need from him. You understand that, like, no one's gonna be trusting what he says. Certainly not outright.
If it was anyone else, even someone as shady as Shobai, I would have at least tried to believe it. But Mikado?
Dear me. And here I was hoping you'd all finally accepted me as your classmate. Am I truly that untrustworthy to you all?
Of course! You're the mastermind, for crying out loud! You're the reason why we're here! You're the reason we're doing this class trial in the first place!
Just this once. Please believe in Mikado. Or if you hate him that much, then please believe me. I really am innocent. I swear on my sketchbook.
I'd rather lose my writing hand than trust a freak like him.
Bullying is not okay. Shame on you all.
See? He's not even taking this seriously!
Is Iroha really the culprit? She seems really determined to claim it wasn't her. Is she telling the truth? That she's being set up? Or is it all an act, like Kanade suggested it might be? Mikado says she saw her at 11, but that alone won't be enough to save her. What do you believe? Time to join Void with the leader? Nice try. I should try and think of something as well. I should focus purely on anything related to Iroha and this case. Whether or not I can find something may very well determine the outcome of this trial. Oh boy, here comes Logicraft. Let's go to space. Ow. For the last parade, when was the last time wait, do I use the arrow keys? Dang it, I didn't know how to use the... Didn't let me use the arrow keys for the thing. So during that part, am I supposed to use... During the, like, part where you select the, thing, are you supposed to use the arrow keys? Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Why is that? Why is it like that? That is... Okay, that's actually some bull. Like, how are you supposed to know it's gonna do that? Oh, crap. Okay, so I assume this is where the coffee comes back into place. Back into play, excuse me. And then the next question will be what happened. Yeah. Yeah, I do have Shobai's black market skill, TH3K. I don't know what Yuri's skill does, but I assume it makes this easier. So, it was this game also made easier during Chapter 3? Hi, Computer. You haven't missed that much.
Everyone, wait a second.
Sora? What's wrong?
Something just occurred to me, and while it doesn't have anything to do with Mikado,
Is that minigame just like Flappy Bird? Yeah, pretty much.
it's now making me doubt Iroha as being the culprit we're looking for.
Thank you!
Seriously? I mean, seriously? What's with you people? First Mikado, now you?
I think I may very well have gotten caught up in the real culprit's plan, purely by coincidence. Something strange happened to me this morning, right around after breakfast. I was making preparations to begin my daily investigation when I was abruptly hit by a strong wave of fatigue. I ended up being late for the parade as a result. I told some of you about this at the time, remember?
Oh, I do. You suddenly felt sleepy for some reason, and when you woke up, it was evening.
But it's not like you're awake all night, right? And yet, you slept through all the morning and afternoon. You even drank coffee with your breakfast, like you do every day.
That's where I think it happened.
Coffee, I love coffee.
I'd already drunk my cup, but I noticed Iroha had neglected to touch hers. Being the coffee aficionado I am, I didn't like the idea of it going to waste, so I decided to drink her cup as well. Up until that point, I was feeling just fine. It was only after drinking that specific cup did the feeling hit me. When I woke up, I was in such a rush to get to the parade, I didn't have the chance to wonder why that may have been.
Well, maybe that's what... No. Maybe that's what the antibiotics were for?
But looking back, the unnatural wave of sleep leads me to believe I was drugged.
You were?
So what are you trying to say? Someone intentionally drugged her coffee with sleeping pills?
Exactly.
What?
It was a pure coincidence I drank that coffee. It was Iroha's initially, remember? Now what would have happened if Iroha instead drank the coffee, as intended?
Well, Iroha would have slept till evening.
And had that happened, she wouldn't have any alibi for the entire day, right?
Wait. You mean to say someone tried to use sleeping drugs to ensure Iroha would have no alibi?
So, sorry for interrupting, but to check, are we sure there was anything like sleeping drugs on this island?
I can confirm there are some at the pharmacy section at the S-Mart. It's no secret by now that I always check all the stocks I can on a daily basis. And, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Sora, but that stock hasn't changed since we got here.
Maybe they brought some from the last, mart?
You open the packages and check the insides?
No, I don't go that far. Even for me, that's a bit much. Checking each pack would take forever.
For a cup of coffee, one pill should be enough. Tedia would have noticed if they had taken the entire package. It's not definitive proof, but there's a possibility, so bear with me on this.
Let me get this straight. You drank a cup of coffee that you believe was drugged with sleeping pills, right?
But why would someone prevent Iroha from having an alibi? What would they gain from that?
Wait, I know. There is someone who would benefit from all of this. The culprit. If Iroha had no alibi, then Iroha would be an easy target to frame.
Right. If Iroha really is the culprit, why would she drug her own drink? No. Someone else is behind this. And that same someone was trying to make Iroha drink that coffee.
Wait, but Iroha didn't drink the coffee. Sora did. Wouldn't that mean the culprit hadn't expected Iroha to be out and about during the day?
Yeah, I think so too. So Mikado's account of seeing Iroha around 11 is now certainly possible.
At last you believe me. Does this mean we're all finally willing to accept?
No!
If Iroha is not the culprit, then who is?
Another thought just occurred to me. If we take this line of thinking and reverse it...
The real culprit. The person who had drugged Iroha's coffee. The person who tried to frame Iroha by making sure she had no alibi. The person who was trying to frame her just now. The real culprit is... So used to using WASD.
It can only be you.
The culprit drugged Iroha's coffee to make sure she had no alibi. By doing so, she would be the perfect scapegoat. And only one person has tried accusing Iroha so far. Talking about you, Kanade Otonokoji. You're the mastermind behind this case.
But wait, hold on! to her? Didn't she just explain to us how she couldn't be the culprit?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you helping me, Sora. Kanade being the culprit doesn't make sense.
No, I think Sora may be onto something. Thinking back to breakfast this morning, Kanade was acting a little weird. She usually always chases after Hibiki whenever her sis leaves. But didn't she hesitate a bit?
Yeah, I agree, normal tree. Sis? I'm going to take a nap in my room. Wait, sis, where are you going? You haven't even finished your breakfast. It looks like Hibiki's still struggling. Come to think of it, she reacted the worst out of everyone yesterday. She'd really grown stronger after Emma's case, but it looks like she's reverted back to her old self. Hi, Vanny. Yeah, I'd say you have. Well, we can't help it. It seems like everyone except Iroha has finished their meals, so let's get moving. Kana, you stay at Biki's side for now. What? But... You don't have to worry about us. She's your family, right? You should be there for her. Go on. Alright then.
Yeah, she did. It was only after Setsuka prompted her to leave did she reluctantly follow after her.
I assume she wished to make certain that Miss Nijuyue had drunk her coffee. Yet unfortunately, unbeknown to Miss Kanade, it was Miss Sora who actually drank the coffee. Miss Kanade is both thorough and also highly intelligent. If she really is the culprit, then it was crucial for her plan that Miss Nijuyue would be drugged through the day. Naturally, she would have wished to confirm such with her own eyes.
All that preparation just to be foiled by someone's love of coffee. Damn, talk about unlucky.
Yeah. Matt, it's a good... Yeah. I know this has basically nothing to do with anything, but I'm just imagining Sora and Godot from Trials and Tribulations enjoying a cup together. I'm like half an hour late to that party with this, but I see a couple made the Iroha's too dumb to frame argument.
Is that not just the way of life, Mr. Yomiuri? Sometimes fortune is kind and permits something inconceivable to occur, while other times it is cruel and prevents a certainty from happening. The same can be said for people.
Bullshit.
Imagine had Setsuka just said something there instead of saying, "I'll be back" in a horror movie. What?
What?
First Shobai,
Oh, yeah.
now you. What is it with you people in trying to frame me as the culprit?
I was partially joking, but it does make sense that Kanade frames Iroha. I mean, yeah, especially considering how, you know, you got the Voids and them putting on acts, and how we've just come off Emma putting on an act. And I feel like that argument forgets the existence of Void. In this specific context, it's entirely possible she could have been hiding her real personality the whole time. Yeah, exactly.
I go out of my way to explain to you how and why it can't be me. Highlighting the contradictions as I do, then I share my theory and prove to you how Iroha is undeniably the culprit. Wow, just how much refuting am I going to have to do today? What do I have to say in order for you to be satisfied?
But Sora has a point. If there really were drugs in Iroha's coffee, then she would have slept throughout the entire day, just like Sora did. That'd give her no alibi at all.
You guys really are determined to create your own truth, huh? Fine. I guess I'll be the adult here and explain step by step why that thinking is flawed. First things first, the drugged coffee. That's a bit of a stretch, wouldn't you say? Need I remind you, Mikado's the one who makes our meals. It'd be impossible for me to have any control over the food and drinks we get.
No, it isn't impossible. Both Teria and I can confirm that Mikado prepares our meals at a lightning speed.
Oh yeah, she's right. Sora and I both woke up early a few days ago and decided to go wait in the dining hall together. But when we got there, the food was already prepared. Mikado had sorted our breakfasts out even before the morning announcement.
I certainly do. You know what they say. The early chef dominates the culinary world. Is that an expression? I'm not sure. Oh well, it's mine now. Copyright Mikado Sonoji.
Denied.
I prepare the food way in advance before you even wake up. Aren't I such a good host? Rodin Gamzee would be proud.
That line's gonna give me drain damage.
And there you have it, from the horse's mouth. So, if you were to wake up before anyone else had arrived, you would have ample time to drug Aroha's coffee.
And even with that, framing a dumb person isn't an entirely bad idea, since they'd be less able to defend themselves. This was the logic Celeste had to frame Yasuhiro and trigger Happy Havoc. Yep, that too. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I'm not even saying this is a point for or against. I mean, you can kind of come up with a little creativity, you can kind of come up with justification for almost anything. I mean, that's, Vanny, you and I, having been on a couple of orgs, I think we can relate to that and our approaches,
That's still a bit of a gamble. What if you drugged the wrong person's coffee? It's not like Kanade would know where Iroha would sit in advance.
No, she probably would. I usually sit in the same seat for breakfast every day. In fact, don't we all? I'm pretty sure we've just made an unspoken seating arrangement every morning. We usually all sit in the same place.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't really noticed it before now. The only exception is if the seat's owner died and someone decided to fill the spot. Other than that...
I think I'm starting to see the bigger picture. None of us have been able to figure out what the 3-hour window between 9:54 and 12:54 was used for, right? My guess is that a large time frame was deliberately left blank to frame Bubblehead.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Not only is it framing someone who really can't defend herself, but if she does start defending herself more intelligently, that in itself would be suspicious, puts Iroha in a lose-lose scenario. Yep, pretty much.
Given how much of a bumbling idiot she is, you'd want to leave a bigger window to demonstrate her unprofessionalism. And yet, Bubblehead was actually seen by the wonderful fuck-up of Oz. How lucky can you get? Now that's what I call true misfortune.
Oh boy.
And another thing. Didn't Iroha mention that it was Kanade who assigned her to search the park near the ghost house? Perhaps that was also part of her plan to frame Iroha.
Iroha also wasn't invited to the chat room that was created from Setsuka's e-handbook plus. She was likely told to go to the mirror house at a different time, to guarantee she saw Hibiki entering the ghost house. And when Hibiki denied it, Kanade would come to her defense, and everyone would begin to suspect Iroha.
Told ya, the culprit is Kanade Tonakoji. Bubblehead barely has enough brain cells to get out of bed, let alone pull off a stunt of this magnitude.
So Kanade had two backups, framing Hibiki and framing Iroha. Yeah, yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. I don't think I've seen that before, having two backups, having two fall guys for the plan.
Suddenly I regret saying I'm stupid as my defense.
Oh man, now my head's starting to spin. First Hibiki, then Kanade, then Iroha, now back to Kanade. I don't know what's true anymore. I don't want to keep doubting people.
Well, if there's one truth to come of this, it's this. Sora being drugged by sleeping pills and Mikado seeing Iroha can't be coincidences. I think I'm sold. Kanade's the mastermind behind all this.
So Kanade really is the culprit? Man, oh man.
Kanade.
Okay. Yep, you did it. Well done. Bravo! 10 out of 10. Nice job. Congratulations. Good, great, awesome, outstanding, amazing.
She's tell her to try out for the Wii Sports announcer role.
Kanade?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Against all odds, the class of half-wits use the lumps of meat they call brains to achieve... Drumroll, please.
It allows more options if Plan A fails, but needs more planning and can lead to each backup plan to being weaker on their own. Yeah, I'd say that's the main, problem. Because it's the whole thing about how lies beget more lies, and suddenly you have to start coming up with more subterfuge to explain, to cover up any potential weaknesses, and if anything comes undone, then suddenly it starts falling apart much quicker.
What is truly the weakest conclusion I've ever witnessed. They're all so proud that I have no evidence to refute this. And how right they are. It's hard to fight stupid with logic after all. It's also a theory surrounded by circumstantial evidence. But that's okay. I'll play along. Sure. Anything for my classmates. So, let's suppose I did drug Iroha's coffee. Then, how about we go back to when Shobai was suspecting me as the culprit? After all, if I'm this big, scary mastermind, I must have killed Setsuka, right? Yeah, I think that's a good place to start. Let's look over everything again. The gate logs, the moving of the corpse, the timeline, moving without being seen, the hands? Oh, wait a minute. But we already did that, didn't we? And I already proved how it couldn't be me. Didn't I? She's probably talking shit. Let's prove how it was her. Come one, come all. Step right up. Let's accuse an already proven innocent how she killed a bitch in cold blood.
I'm kind of getting afraid. Okay, I am kind of getting afraid at, like, how much more... Like, are there going to be even more... has she got more sprites up her sleeve? Because I don't know if I'm prepared for that.
Come on, guys. Where's your spirit? Speak up. I can't hear you.
Because technically, because I don't think we're at the breakdown yet, assuming she's the killer.
Anyone? Anyone? Come on. Prove it. If you're willing to make the accusation, you better be ready to back it up. Kanade Otono Koji is the culprit, right?
All those smiles y'all are giving are not giving me reassurance.
Well...
Oh my god!
Prove to you that she cannot carry the hands, hide the body, and has an alibi? Who the fuck do you people think you are? You've got no proof. You've got no witnesses. You've got nothing. I dare
Hi,
you
Raviner.
to tell me how the fuck I murdered Setsuka. Go on. I'm waiting.
You came in at a good time. I have to say, no disrespect to the VA, but this part feels a bit held back by tech limits. You can tell she can't really full on scream without peaking the mic or destroying her voice. Yeah, I noticed that too. I was expecting to get, like, more of a rise.
Shobai, Sora, Yuki, anyone? Answer me!
That was a little better.
Kanade, you're scaring me. Oh, my dear sis. Relax. There's no way that I'm the culprit. And I think they've all finally realized that.
Her eyes look more sinister than the void eyes. Oh yeah, those are like... If the void... Like, Gary and Riva would call the void eyes demon eyes. I don't know what the fuck you'd call whatever Kanade just did. Like, yeah, it's a shame. Like, I assume it's because, like, the mic... I assume... I mean, I'm sure that, like, if I tried to voice act Kanade's lines just now the way I usually do, I'd probably peak the mic as well, unfortunately. Would suggest looking it up later has a lot more impact. I assume just because there's no audio.
You're not the culprit either. We're completely innocent. So there's nothing to worry about. I'll protect you until the end. Just leave it to Kanade, and everything will be just fine.
Maniac guys. Yeah, honestly, they're probably the craziest I've seen people's eyes get in any sprite-based game like this. Oh no. Nobody had a reply. We all stood there in silence as Kanade continued to chuckle. Perhaps we were all partially stunned into silence from witnessing Kanade's sheer insanity. Kanade's quiet voice could be a mixing issue as well. I guess, Lolo, but at the same time, like, you'd expect it to, I don't know, I feel like you'd expect... I feel like you'd be able to tell, even if you intentionally lowered the volume, if someone is raising their voice. Her laughter continued to ring around the hall long after her screams had subsided. Oh no. Mr. Gavin, no. But the real hearth truth is that Kanade wasn't just screaming. She was also highlighting every single flaw within our theories. Her argument held up, and none of us knew what to do. We'd seen breakdowns before with Hajime and Emma, but this was something none of us had ever witnessed. Hi, Chow. It's like she's playing hide-and-seek with the cast. It's terrifying. Yeah. She was right. There were simply too many contradictions to conclusively indict her as the culprit. We all had a hunch and circumstantial evidence, but was that really enough to sentence someone to death?
My. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Let's put our heads down and focus. Nothing is impossible. The culprit definitely exists.
God, Kanade is a slasher villain. I just thought of, like, that's just given me thoughts of, like, how would Kanade do as, like, a freaking slasher villain? Oh, jeez.
Maybe we've all missed some sort of clue. I might have lost my cool there for a moment. But the truth is, I don't want to die as much as you all don't.
I've had a couple VAs weigh in on this, one from a channel I like and one from Shobai himself. Oh, Shobai's VA, interesting. And they both discussed some of the issues that come with trying to voice that scene on a home setup. Yeah, I've heard that, like, I haven't really had that many... I've not listened to many interviews with voice actors, but I don't remember who this was. I remember, like, Silly Billy for Disventure Camp was having to, he had the voice actors for Disventure Camp on when he was, like, for quick interviews when he was watching all of Season 1, the remake. And he said, and I forget which one of them said that, like, they had a ridiculously complicated setup. Like, they were, like, hiding behind, like, I don't even remember what it was. They were hiding behind some kind of, like, apparatus of, like, pillows or something, and, like, so that like, they'd used to, like, build a shield around their mic. I mean, you can definitely... I can definitely relate to the issue. Like, you can probably... If you turn up the volume high enough on any of my videos, you can probably hear just the ambience of my laptop's fans going in the background. And it's not like I have the... you can also get a certain echo, even when I am, like, right up next to the mic. Well, actually, not real, but, like, I have to be, like, about a foot or so back from the mic in order for there to be an echo, but, yeah, like, you can definitely tell that I'm not recording this in one of those, you know, recording booths that put frickin' egg carton foam on the walls. Funny enough, the other VA I'm referring to is Genesis Greenwood, who's also a VA in Disventure Camp. Only reason I really know what that is, lol. Yeah, who does Genesis voice, if I may ask?
I want to make sure only the culprit dies here. Nobody else. So let's do this.
Do what? It's hopeless. With this many contradictions, it definitely can't be Kanade.
Yuki, I didn't know you to give up that quickly. Well, maybe not in this, well, maybe not this version of you, but certainly not, like, in the face of something like this.
I agree with Yuki. Maybe Kanade really isn't the culprit.
God damn it, this really is a traitor's org. This is a goddamn traitor's org.
Oh, it's definitely not me either. Please don't accuse me again.
Wait, then what's the deal with the sleeping pills? If Kanade wasn't the one who drugged the coffee, then who was it?
Call me a cynic, but I'm starting to wonder if Sora was bluffing in an attempt to get the culprit to slip up.
Nikkei, you dumbass.
It's not like anyone can back up her words anyway.
But if Miss Sora was lying, then my account loses all credibility once more.
As if you had any credibility to begin with.
But that isn't the only thing that makes Kanade suspicious.
Thank you, Teruya.
And let's not overlook the fact that she didn't outright deny that sleeping pill part either.
His protagonist senses aren't locked in right now. Even in the first game, Yuki gave up multiple times. Akane had to bring him to his sentence a few times. Well, yeah, but, like, it took him being straight up accused in... It took him being straight up accused in DRA1 to like, act and be faced with, like, some overwhelming pressure to, actually, like, start to break during a trial. During the daily life, I understand it, but during the trial, like, Yuki was a lot more determined than that.
With my heart, I can't take much more of this. I want to help, but I have no idea what to do or who to believe.
That said, like, Nikkei at least does have, like, a point, does at least have some point in the sense that, you know, there's no way to verify Sora being drugged. Like, because it's one of those cases, like, in an environment like this, you need two people to verify, to corroborate an alibi or information. That said, I know that they're kind of playing him up as, you know, kind of a Dumbo, but Shinji, I do feel for Shinji here.
Shobai, you've been quiet lately. Got any ideas?
Talk about irony. All you guys do is chat shit about me, but as soon as the going gets tough, you run to me for help? Fine, sure, whatever. Alright, the main problem is how the culprit was able to move the body to the ghost house.
Yeah, we still haven't brought that up yet.
That's our biggest roadblock at the moment. If we think about the whole timeline, hiding the body in Department A is completely unfeasible.
Also, how is it that... Also, why is... Like, I know... Also, Sora sure seems to gravitate towards Shobai a lot.
If not downright impossible. You can't carry a corpse in broad fucking daylight. I'm not budging from that. They had to have used the monorails. So what the fuck am I missing?
Well, love Nikkei, but it is funny making fun of him for always being wrong. Yeah.
Oh, I know. I figured it out. It's Mikado. He used his magic to teleport the body inside the ghost house.
You idiot.
He keeps talking about the school rules preventing him from using magic. But what if that rule is a fake? Oh, or what if there's some sneaky fine print in the rules?
Miss Nijiue, might I kindly ask, what the actual fuck?
Or maybe there was a secret passage that they used to transport the body.
Oh, no, I agree with you, Chow.
Iroha, with all due respect, maybe it's best that you stay quiet for a bit, okay?
Come on, Iroha, we need to focus. We don't have time for silly ideas like secret passages.
But I was only trying to help.
Never thought I'd say this, but I can't blame Iroha for thinking that. There really is no logical way that this could have happened.
Teleported inside? Secret passageway? The ghost house was shaped like...
Shobai?
Fucking yes! Finally!
They're actually going with the secret passage route?
Is a way. A way that Kanade Otonakoji could have moved the body.
Really? What is it?
The largest hurdle we've got here are the house's gates. What we need to do is find a way to move the body inside the ghost house without using the gates.
The chimney?
And I think I finally found the one route that lets us do just that.
Well, where is it? Tell us!
A way into the ghost house that's both accessible from the outside and doesn't require the use of the gates. Wait, could he mean... Yes, I suppose there is that one thing I noticed inside the ghost house. Just gonna...
Got it. Chimney.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
What?
Shobai, are you referring to the house's chimney? There was a fireplace at the ghost house. If a house has a fireplace, then it must also have a chimney to allow the smoke to get out. And to do that, it connects to the outside.
Bingo. If you were able to get high enough, you could throw the body through the chimney and have it land in the fireplace. All you'd have to do is make sure that the fire was put out beforehand. It's got the added benefit of being near the altar, too. A 2-for-1 deal.
Yep.
The chimney? You're kidding me, right?
What an ingenious ploy. Truly an astounding turn of events.
Hell, the chimney solves another unanswered question we had.
Yep. Christmas may have been 5 days ago. Christmas may have been 5 days ago, but I'll take this as a belated present.
By throwing the body through the chimney during the parade, you wouldn't have to hide the pieces beforehand. You could just enter the ghost house empty-handed in 1942 as soon as Albino had left. the body would already be at the fireplace, so all you'd have to do is move the pieces to the altar.
Can we let Shobai, like, have more nicknames for everyone? I do like what he's coming up with, and like actual nicknames, not just the nicknames that are capitalized, you know?
Then flood the house with those spare blood packs. And to back that up, yo, albino, did you search the fireplace when you were investigating the ghost house?
No, I don't think Setsuka was dead at that time. So I naturally only investigated places where a living person might be. It didn't help that it was especially dark near the fireplace either.
And that means that it was put out during that time.
Alright, so no contradictions there. You listening, twins? We're about to take the fight to you. You're both performers, right? Let's see if you can sing and dance your way out of this one.
Imagine if you witnessed one plastic bag landing in the chimney and you opened it and you see one piece of Setsuka. Oh my god, that would be... How would you even do the body discovery and the, like, body reveal for that one? Ghosts.
The culprit got the body inside by throwing it through the chimney.
Is that even possible? Of course it's not. It's totally nonsense. There weren't even any clues left at the fireplace. On top of that, do you have any idea how tall the ghost house is? How do you propose the culprit got the body to a place so high up? Let me guess. Next, you're going to suggest they rode a plane.
I'm of the same mind. This all does seem rather far-fetched for a mere mortal. My magic could have pulled it off, sure. But unfortunately, the school rules forbid me. Oh, the indignity.
Would you quit trying to distract us and just shut up?
Yeah, she did say that, M. And, Chow, like, one word of the body discovery announcement. More like one syllable, to be honest. Actually, good question. If you see just the hand of a dead person, does that count as a body discovery? That is a good question, and probably one that... And I'm not sure if, And I'd say no, since you wouldn't know... I mean, granted, it kind of comes down to what creates the most interesting scenario. So generally, you'd probably have it be, like, a head or something. But yeah. It depends on the writer and what makes the most interesting scenario. Finally, we found an opening. Shobai's given us a chance. Let's make the most of this and listen closely for any contradictions in Kanade's words.
The culprit got the...
There weren't even any clues left at the fireplace. No, that's wrong!
I think you'd need to be able to identify who it was first, but not sure. Yeah, I'd say I agree with Vanny. I agree with you, Vanny, just in the sense that, at least from the sake of, like, doing the, if you're trying to, like, actually run this somewhat fairly. But at the same time, I mean, I've even heard of one potential concept being, what if, like, someone kills way ahead of time, and then just leaves the body to decompose, like, out of sight for a long time, and then only brings it back, like, multiple chapters later. I mean, not being able to identify the body has happened before 3.5, so I don't think that's an issue. Well, the thing is, it's the body discovery announcement. It's whether or not a single piece of a person is enough to warrant a body discovery announcement going off. V3.5 works in that context because, you know, you can already tell that you can already tell that someone's been crushed under there. Even if you couldn't see them directly.
Wait a second. About that fireplace, I found this suspicious black plastic bag nearby. I'm not quite sure why it was there, but I'm positive it wasn't always there.
Plastic bags near the fireplace? That's strange.
Based on Shobai's theory, that bag would probably be the one that contains the body parts.
That fireplace was always lit, until the culprit put it out to make the room darker. If that bag had been there before, it would have burned away ages ago. But if Sora was able to find it in one piece, then it must have been put there after the fire was put out. In other words, the day of the crime.
We're not done yet. There's still other evidence that they threw the body through the chimney. The littler shit mentioned how high up the building is, right? Let's use that against her for a laugh. If we take the height into account, there must be some traces of the fall left on the body.
Traces on the body. If the culprit threw the body from a place that high, the body would definitely have some traces of it. And that evidence is... yeah.
Got it. The fractured bones of the body.
Well, I think that, I think in that situation, Xiao, it just would... I feel like the, whoever's running the killing game would probably, like, basically make a rule saying that, like, no, it's not enough to just destroy the body. Like, you have to act... whoever's running the killing game would just allow the people into that area. It's either that, like, they'd probably do something to make sure that, just to keep them from being cheeky, you know, and that would also probably require them to actually break rules first. I actually do know a fan game that tackles it, BDA for a single body part, but I don't know if I should say which one, because it's not fully translated.
There you go.
If you wanna, like, I mean, if you want to say it, that's fine, though maybe not with everyone here.
Fractures? While the most notable part about Setsuka's body was being cut into pieces, their bones were all somewhat fractured.
Well, it's not that it would completely decompose Chow. Like, I think that it takes at least... It takes, like, a year for that to happen. But I'm saying that, like, even partial decomposition would at least make some stuff harder. There are a few things I wish I saw in fan games. The body being delayed, a mid-game protag switch, with protag being a victim, and a fake execution by the mastermind. Fake execution by the mastermind. What do you mean by that, Raviner? Like, are you talking about the, Are you talking about how... Are you talking about, like, the mastermind, like, being given a kill... being, marked for execution, and then using that to fake their death? Because I've seen that happen before. At least once. Granted, it took a bit of a narrative cheat in the style that Danganronpa usually does, but it was fine.
You can check the Monaco file if you want further proof. If a body fell from that height, a few broken bones and bruises would only be natural.
Oh yeah, we hadn't discussed those marks yet, had we? Since the murder weapon was something sharp, we can rule out that being responsible for the fractures. I can't think of any other way the body would get damaged like that, so that pretty much confirms that the chimney was used to get the body inside.
Do you even hear yourselves sometimes? The chimney? Give me a break.
Yeah, a human body can... I mean, there's a wide... I mean, obviously, how long it takes a body to decompose will take a long... has, like, a wide range, depending on, like, the environment and if it's buried and protected from the environment or not.
We've both now pointed out how tall that ghost house is. The inclination of that facility is pretty damn steep. How do you propose someone would be able to scale that thing? Oh, and don't forget anyone could walk by at any moment.
I agree with Kanade. I don't think it's possible. The ghost house is the tallest building in Department A. No, the entire park. Not even I could climb something like that. Of course, if you can't reach the top, then you can't use the chimney. And if you can't use the chimney, then...
Who said anything about climbing?
Huh?
Did you already forget what I suggested in my theory? The culprit could have used the monorail. Conveniently for our killer, the monorail goes right past the ghost house roof.
Like that, just the Dickens.
Perfect for dropping a package down the chimney.
Are you seriously suggesting that they threw the body while riding the monorail?
No, I'm telling you that they threw the body while riding the monorails. That's literally the only way it could be done.
Yeah. My only other suggestion would have been just stuffing the parts into one of the Satsuki dolls. Or, excuse me, Sachi dolls.
My, that's quite an imagination, Shobai. Unfortunately, this isn't some fantasy world or video game. But if you'd like, I can try stabbing you to see if you'd respawn. Mind coming over here?
Something tells me you'd get along with Garen, or at least Blood Mage Garen.
I mean, you say that, but have you seen what the psycho to my right can do? And just look at the way he dresses! That's not normal!
Have you taken a look in the mirror lately, Mr. Otori?
Have you?
In addition, please do not refer to me with such vulgar terms. I too have feelings.
I hate to butt in, but I'm also not buying the monorail theory. Sure, the thing's slow, but it's still a moving vehicle. They'd only get one shot. They couldn't miss their chance to throw. A few inches to the left or right, and it'd be game over.
Decomposition starts after a few days, though the form most people think of won't start for maybe like a month or so unless you heat it up to speed up the process.
The entire plant up in smoke. You sure they'd risk that?
Dropping the body down the chimney as the monorail went past it. Is it really possible for a human being to have that level of accuracy? It's not like we have an ultimate sniper here. Not in this game. I have actually thought of, like... I actually did think that Kyoka was going to be a killer in DRA 1. And, I mean, funnily enough, I thought she was going to kill Haru. Just when, at least during the prologue. I just need a sliver, with a V, of proof that Kanade could pull that feat off. Find that and we can solidify Shobai's theory as truth. Think, Sora. Has there ever been any sort of notable moments relating to Kanade's physical abilities? Yes. Oh yeah, Kyoka's great. I still need to, actually, that reminds me, there's a, mentioning Kyoka actually reminds me of the thing I gotta write. Alright, so, time to see if I can redeem myself. I'm gonna write down the position of all... I'm gonna write down the position of all the, I'm gonna write down the positions of all the letters. And then use the, well, yeah, and just use that. If I can't, if for some reason I still can't do it, then I'll just do what I did last time. I know that for a lot of professional VAs, they'll full-on build a room dedicated to allow them to scream like this, either building it or turning an existing room into one. Yeah. Also, speaking of DRA, who were your original survivor picks? I'm not really in a position to check right now, but I think my original picks were like... I want to say my original picks were like... dang it. Actually, I just... Oh, thanks for watching, Chow. I'm glad you are getting that kind of enjoyment out of Noah's playthrough. We had a lot of fun with it. I think my original survivors were like Yuki, Akane, Ayame, Rei, and either Tsurugi or Tariya. I don't think I had both of them. Alright, I'm ready. Alright, got it. Shoot, I actually don't know what we need to do. Something Razor? No. He... Okay. R. What next? Shoot. Wrong one. Ah. Crap. Hibiki. Remark. Okay. And I'm with you now. What? What could it have been other than remark?
Shoot!
The hell? No. I'm giving this another shot. Because remark would totally fit there, unless I'm crazy. Okay, I don't know why I got that wrong before. Whatever.
I see.
Final thing, Lanuge mentioned the Kanade faces were inspired by Kokichi's expressions, which I'd say passed in horror levels. Yep. I don't know. Kokichi had a couple that were... were a couple that were unsettling. A bug? So is that one impossible to... So is that one just... You're going to fail that no matter what?
Well, I think I found some sort of proof. Proof that Kanade specifically could have thrown the body into the chimney with surprising accuracy.
You have? What is it?
Hibiki. Hibiki!
Huh? What?
The first day we arrived on this island, at the casino, you told me that Kanade is always able to hit her target. She even once landed a basketball through the net from the school rooftop.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was mostly thinking about the darts, but yeah. Go ahead, Daisakuma. I doubt that the casino is the best place to make any profit. Oh, totally! That's why Kanade's playing darts! What does any of this have to do with darts? Lo and behold, Kanade here is actually the semi-ultimate dart thrower! Darts are like child's play to her. Huh, I never knew she had a talent like that. Having a victim die very early and culprit disguise themselves as the victim to delay the time of death, like the body died, oh yeah. Difference with Kokichi is that we know he's sort of putting on a villain persona with all those crazy faces. Well, yeah, definitely, Vanny. That definitely does change things. It's not until very late on that Kokichi starts bringing out the big guns. Kanade's amazing, Sosi. One time she even scored a point by throwing a basketball from the school rooftop into the hoop on the playground.
Some sort of superhuman to pull that off.
What, her default smiling sprite from her trial portrait?
I don't know about that, however. This means Kanade would have easily been able to throw a body down a chimney despite being on a moving monorail.
Wow, I never knew Kanade had such an ability. Is that really true, Hibiki? Well, yeah. Kanade has always...
Oh no.
Hibiki! I'm sorry!
Oh, this is just too good. You can't make this shit up. One twin selling out the other.
That was a good laugh, Shobai.
You don't even need a confession with a reaction like that. I think we can safely say that this is exactly what she did.
I think you can see now why the default sprite is so infamous.
Come to think of it, even in the moment, Kanade looked a little flustered with Hibiki telling me of her sister's accuracy.
I don't play Genshin Impact, but it does remind me of that one like Hu Tao gif where it's just a close-up of her face, and she's just like in a little idle animation.
I simply thought it was embarrassment and modesty. But something tells me she must have been devising this plan even back then.
We arrived on this island days ago. She had been planning to kill someone that far in advance?
To think, within one day of becoming familiar of Satsuki Land's layout and structure, Miss Kanade had begun crafting such a highly elaborate scheme. I think I may have finally met my match. I tip my hat to you, good madam.
If that thing about her superhuman accuracy is true, then that means her being the culprit is even more likely. Nobody else could have done something as tricky as hitting a small target from a moving vehicle.
Nobody? Well, you sure about that, Teruya? That doesn't sound like somebody you know. It's unsettling because it signifies she's just barely holding herself back. Yeah, most of the time she doesn't smile, right? She's mostly, like, in her more, I guess, repressed sprites.
No, it's not likely, it's certain. I'm putting my foot down. Kanade's definitely our culprit.
Kanade! Yet again, you continue to disappoint me, sis. Okay, well, I'll let that one slide. I have above average accuracy, but don't think you've won just yet. The monorail was notable for being active every other hour. Going by the gate's records, the only time that drop could have happened was from 1800 to 1900.
I was actually thinking of Kyoka, but that works too. Fun time.
I've got one word for you all. Parade!
Oh, that's right. Kanade was watching the parade with us at 18 o'clock. So she couldn't have been on the monorail dropping Setsuka's body through the chimney. Ironically, we ourselves are our alibi.
But Teruya just said that only Kanade could have thrown something with that accuracy. Did we make a mistake somewhere?
It's Shobai's theory, so he probably made the mistake.
I don't know. Kanade didn't seem too keen to shut down that chimney theory. All she did was point out she was somewhere else. I'd hardly call that a reaction from an innocent person.
I'm not as weak as my sis. I don't bawl my eyes out at the smallest sign of trouble. I'm not the culprit, so why should I be scared? I simply shot down that theory with facts and logic. I have a solid alibi after all. Why waste time skirting around that?
Facts and logic.
Yet again, we've reached an impasse.
If you want to play dirty, be my guest. But don't think I'm gonna let that slide. Two can play at that game. All I need to do is prove you could ride the monorail and I win, right?
I don't think you can win a game you already lost, Shobai. I told you. I was watching the parade. Half the people here can back that up.
But was that really you?
Oh no, are they? Oh my god, are they actually about to take this to the freaking case of mistaken identity? Oh my gosh, that's why the hair clip was missing. She gave Hibiki her hair clips and then, like, gave her freaking socks or something to stuff in her bra. Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Fuck me. You really are the most gullible little shits I've met. You know that old saying about fool me once? Well, you've been duped 2 trials in a row by the same trick, dickheads.
2 trials in a row? Wasn't the whole trick last trial that Emma disguised herself as Kokoro?
10 points to Bubblehead. Now, recall who I suspected as Kanade Otona Koji's accomplice. Once you've done that, the solution becomes obvious.
It can't be. Hibiki disguised herself as Kanade?
What the heck?
That's a bit of a stretch, but it's also not impossible.
Yeah, when I saw they were twins, I felt like there was going to be some kind of tomfuckery going on with their identity. It's just too good an opportunity to pass up.
Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins. With a few changes here and there, no one would be able to tell them apart. Hibiki also doesn't have an alibi for today, so if she was disguised as Kanade, then the person without an alibi throughout today was actually Kanade.
Let's put that theory to the test, shall we? Did anyone encounter Miss Hibiki throughout the course of the day? Even the smallest sign of her will suffice. Can I assume your silence to mean your answer is no? I understand you all despise me, but for once I would appreciate cooperation.
The dead chick was gutted in the pool this morning. They probably swapped identities as far back as then, which means their alibis for the day would be reversed.
The first time we saw Kanade after breakfast was during the parade, but the Kanade we met there was actually Hibiki. Meaning, there was a perfect opportunity for the real Kanade to ride the monorails and move the body.
I've got to hand it to you, Kanade Atanakoji. You're something else. I'll openly admit your intelligence and abilities outmatch that of mine. Game recognizes game.
Dang.
It's rare I ever say this, but I'm genuinely impressed. I've seen a lot of shit in my time, but this takes the cake. Beats me why someone like you is in a basic-ass band.
Ooh.
But I'm afraid this is where your story ends. You put up a good fight, and you should be proud of yourself. Yet nobody's untouchable. You gave me an opening and I took it. So thanks. Well, I've done my part. Anyone else want to take over? Damn. I'd forgotten how much fun it is to have a battle of wits against someone whose brain rivals your own. Did hurt my pride a bit to get help from you guys at times, but hey, I'll live.
You're admitting you needed help at times? I figured you'd take over the trial entirely and soak up any and all credit.
Hey, I'm an asshole, not an idiot. There's a difference. Nobody's perfect. If I let my ego dictate the outcome of this trial, it's possible I can miss something and get us all dead.
I guess that's what's, like, kind of led me to Shobai. He definitely, like, he seems to at least live by some rules, and he isn't just out to, like, tell everyone else to beat it just because he thinks he's better than everyone.
In times like these, it's statistically much more advantageous to make a group effort, to cover as many bases as possible. People's brains think differently. You'd be surprised.
To think that you would be so open and willing to assist us in time of need. Perhaps I misjudged you, Mr. Hashimoto. At least now I know you can speak in full sentences.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I still don't like you people. It also doesn't change the fact that you were all fucked before I chimed in.
Just when he shows signs of redemption, he goes and says something like that.
I mean, he isn't necessarily wrong.
Kanade? So let me get this straight. The Otanokoji watching the parade was actually sis? Well, I meanwhile snuck aboard the monorail, yes? And as the monorail went over the ghost house, I threw the body down the chimney? I see. Well, allow me to congratulate you
On being totally and utterly wrong.
Nice try, assholes. But you're gonna have to do a little more to make that stick.
She's still not done? Why do all these trials end up with obvious culprits refusing to concede?
Pot calling the kettle black much? People like you are why our society is filled with fake news and trashy journalism.
And they managed to tear her above Shobai without having to dumb Shobai down at all. Yeah, this is really interesting. Like, actually managing to have a battle of wits where neither one has to get nerfed at all. It actually reminds me a bit of Rei's rebuttal showdown from DRA 1, where, yeah, technically Yuki refutes her, but she still ends up latching onto a different part of his rebuttal.
If all you're going to do is whine, then kindly shut the fuck up.
Don't you dare sully the name of journalism!
Oh, this girl's still got some fight in her? Awesome, I'm game. I live for shit like this.
Time to dissect this travesty piece by piece. Allow me to start with the body-throwing dilemma. Setsuka's dismembered body consisted of the head, the torso, 2 hands, 2 arms, 2 legs, and 2 feet. That's 10 pieces all together for those of you who can't count. My question is this. How many times does the monorail go past the ghost house during its 1-hour run?
What?
You're not seriously suggesting that I threw all 10 pieces in at once, are you?
With the bags, maybe.
The monorail may be relatively slow, but it's still fast as a speeding bike. At best, you would only be able to throw 1 piece down the chimney per ride. According to Shobai's theory, the culprit starts off at Department C and rides the monorail to Department A. I'll be nice and say they got on board the monorail on the hour. Here, they throw their first piece down the chimney, and after a full 15-minute round trip, they throw the next one. This process is repeated at the 30, 45, and 60-minute mark. A piece being disposed per ride. But wait, what's this? Our precious hour has already passed? Oh no. And be active for another hour? Oh, this just won't do. What are we to do with the remaining 6 pieces? How are we to explain what happened to them? Well...
Miss Kanade's logic is sound. The notion of throwing a body down a chimney is quite remarkable, but ultimately implausible, particularly when you consider the number of throws required.
But that's not all. There's actually a much larger problem with the idea of dropping body pieces down the chimney. Sure, the legs, arms, hands, and feet are small enough to fit inside. And the head? Well, she did have a relatively small head, so we'll give that the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, no, you don't. If you're suggesting she's dumb, oh, no, you don't.
But what about the torso? Do you really think that an entire human torso would be able to fit inside a small chimney?
Oh, no, they're not saying that that was what Hibiki used in order to pass herself off as Kanade. Because, like, I shouldn't have to point this out, right? That's what she used to frickin' make her chest appear bigger.
Is it not possible?
Her torso was missing an abdomen, right? Surely it would fit without that piece.
Sorry, Yuki, but that just isn't going to fly. You can break the joints on most other body parts to let them fit, but the torso is just too large. Not to mention that Setsuko is pretty stacked. No matter how far you tried to break down that torso, those assets of hers would get stuck like a cork in a bottle.
Tricky bitch. So, you're gonna play that card, eh?
Alright, then the torso would be the exception to that rule. You could just carry that part of her inside through the front door using the gates as normal.
Yoruko, at least pretend that you're trying to think.
I mean, granted, yeah, it is a stretch. I'm just trying to explain to like come up with stuff on the fly. Oh, also, I can bring this up from last stream now, why the whole sequence of Shobai accusing her for being left-handed is so cracked.
Have you already forgotten the entire reason we're talking about this damn chimney theory? Passing through the gates is practically impossible, remember? If you want to prove this theory, you need to be able to move each and every body part through the chimney. Yet the torso won't permit that. Capiche?
Anytime we take one step forward with this case, Kanade pushes us 2 steps back. If we can't penetrate through her ironclad defense, we won't be able to definitively accuse her as the culprit. Shobai's right. I can't beat Kanade alone. We're all going to have to work together if we want to catch her and beat her at her own game. One last group discussion. Let's do this. Is there no scrum debate then? Shame. I feel like this is where the pins will come into play. It's either that or the dolls.
The torso would not fit through the chimney. In other words, you would need to find a different way to get it inside. Unfortunately for you, such a way doesn't exist.
You could have just taken the torso separately. While you throw the limbs down the chimney, Hibiki walks into the ghost house carrying the torso.
That'd be impossible. I was watching the parade with you guys, remember? Even if you want to accuse Sis of being dressed up as me, it doesn't change that one of us still has an alibi. You can't even be sure of that accusation either. Do you know for certain which one of us was there?
Well, maybe you could have taken the torso and hid it somewhere in Department A.
Also impossible. Are you trying to piss me off, or are you just that stupid? Excluding the torso, there are still 5 other body parts. That'd be far too risky.
So is that it? Are we screwed?
I already told you guys that there is no way to move the torso. It won't fit down the chimney, and the monorail only allows you to dispose of 4 body parts. In conclusion, I'm not the culprit.
What Kanade said, could it be the contradiction? Was our reasoning incorrect? There's definitely room to argue against her. I just need to think about the evidence presented one more time.
The torso would not fit him up on...
Well,
That'd be... Even if... You can't...
Well, maybe you could have taken
Also, exclude.
So is.
I already told you guys that there is no way to move the torso.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I do like how there's like layers to the plan here. And meanwhile, there's so many other things you have to really nail her on.
Nice try, Kanade, but there is in fact a way to move the torso without throwing it down the chimney. In fact, this way would also let you move the torso from Department C to Department A without getting caught.
I thought I was onto something with that. Glad to see I was right.
Something like that really exists?
Of course it doesn't. Sora is just trying to pretend she's smart.
It does, Shinji. You could use the parade dolls.
the parade dolls?
It's just a theory, but we all know that dolls both move on their own and are also empty inside, right? What if someone took advantage of that fact and snuck inside Department C's storage area before the parade? They could sneak the torso inside one of them, and as soon as the parade started, it would automatically get transported to Department A without any of us noticing.
Heh, good going, Albino. Took the words right out of my mouth. Like she said, the parade concludes in Department A. Specifically, its storage area. And lo and behold, that's the exact same place Kanade Atonakoji said she investigated during your search.
Oh, so she had prepared a way of retrieving it too.
The torso lies hidden in the storage area, and between 1936, when Sora left the ghost house, and 1942, that was when she retrieved the torso from the storage area and moved it to the ghost house.
Like, as of now, she has 2 other red herrings, multiple manipulations of time frames, multiple manipulations of location, manipulation of alibis. Yeah, holy crap. This almost feels like something you do. This honestly feels like something you do for the final case.
You said it, Newsy.
Newsy.
And for no extra cost, I'm gonna throw in the idea that the real Kanade Atonakoji was also hiding in the storage area. While Albino and Co. search Department A, fake Kanade makes a beeline straight to where her sister's waiting. And the disguises are finally removed. They're back to looking like their real selves. After that, the littler shit monitors the ghost house, informing her sis when Albina's left the building via her e-handbook plus. Then, the little shit who was standing by the torso in the storage area sprints to the ghost house.
And if she hasn't deleted the message on the e-handbook plus, that would be a way of countering Hibiki's lack of memory.
And decides to redecorate the house's interior. Meanwhile, the littler shit returns to Albino's gang, and nobody's any the wiser.
Earlier, we wrote off the idea of the body being moved from the storage area to the ghost house in only 6 minutes. This is because there simply wouldn't be enough time. However, that was because at the time we were assuming the culprit was moving all of the body pieces. If it was just the torso, however, suddenly it becomes very much possible.
Amazing, Sora. You really are something else. And... sorry. Am I supposed to be impressed?
No, Kanade, you're supposed to imply that she has a crush on Sora. That's how you throw her off balance. Are you stupid?
Your delusions only see me moving 5 pieces. Nice job reaching 50%. Now enlighten me as to how I would have moved the other 5 pieces.
Stuff them in the same doll.
Oh, and don't even think of bringing up the monorail again. Remember, it only passes the ghost house 4 times in the span of an hour. So go on, riddle me this.
Well, that's...
Yeah, nice try, but I'm gonna shut down that crap right now. It passes by 7 times, not 4, you lying shit. Better luck next time.
What? No, that doesn't make sense. It takes 15 minutes for a round trip, and the monorail becomes inactive after 1 hour. 15 times 4 is...
There are 2 different monorails, meathead. 1 for each direction. To go past the ghost house, you need to take that track that travels between departments A and C. Nothing stops you from transferring between the 2 monorails to ride the tracks between departments A and C. A round trip was never in the cards.
What's he talking about?
Huh? Wait, how did the order and the direction of the monorails go again?
Hold on a sec. I had it written down just in case. Ah, here it is. At every other hour, the monorail starts at Department B and goes along the path of BAC, and 5 minutes later, another monorail departs in the other direction.
Hold on, this is getting complicated. If we draw out the timetable...
For crying out loud. Give me that. I'll do it myself. Get it now? The focal point here is starting at 1800. The culprit was standing by with the body at the Department C station. When the train heads to Department A at 1810, she rides this to Department A.
Heads to Department A at 1810. Oh, okay.
Here, she will go past the ghost house for the first time. And she throws one of the pieces here. 1 down, 8 to go. She arrives at Department A at 1815 and waits 5 minutes on the platform for the train heading in the opposite direction. When the train eventually arrives, she rides it back to C. During that time, she passes by the ghost house again. 2 down, 7 to go. Department C again at 1825, but this time the train she'll need to transfer to has already arrived. No need to wait. She transfers right away and heads to Department A. 3 down, 6 to go. Rinse and repeat this process until 1900.
So she'd be getting on and off the train a lot. Alright, I see. Yeah.
Well, need I say any more?
I see now.
She's thrown 7 parts down the chimney, and we've just finished discussing how the torso was dealt with.
Holy smokes, he's right! Using this method, you can go past the ghost house a total of 7 times!
And the last train arrives at Department A at exactly 1900. Perhaps Kanade even took this into account when choosing the crime scene. That's incredible.
It seems I may have made a mistake. It would appear to be very much possible to throw 7 body pieces down the chimney, but unless you all flunked out of math, I take it you can see the glaring problem, right?
Yeah, I like that too, Chow. Like, everyone, even the characters who aren't necessarily great at investigating, get to actually contribute stuff. Like, Teruya in the first game is a good example.
7 plus 1 gives you 8. You're still 2 pieces shy of making this stick. What a mystery this is. What happened to those final 2 pieces? And just how did I move them? Well, what's your answer? Someone? Anyone? Answer me!
Well, maybe if you pipe down for 5 seconds, they'll answer.
Maybe they were with the torso inside the parade dolls. Even if the storage area is a bit far away, 6 minutes should be enough time to deal with only 2 extra pieces.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Her torso would have been quite large and heavy after all.
Then what about the smaller parts of the body like the hands and feet? They seem pretty possible.
Hands? Wait, yeah, that's it! The 2 remaining pieces were her hands.
Her hands?
Think about it. Iroha saw Hibiki entering the ghost house between 1755 and 1757, right? We've already agreed that at that point, she used Setsuka's e-handbook plus, which means that she would have needed Setsuka's fingerprint in order to turn the e-handbook plus on.
So the older sister was carrying 2 disembodied hands with her around the island?
Hold on, that's right before the parade. Kanade, Hibiki disguised as Kanade was watching it with us. She wouldn't have had time to hide the hands.
Which means she must have had them with her when she was with us.
But that's the problem, bro. If she had
Good
them
job,
with her,
Yoriko.
wouldn't we have noticed them?
Wow, I didn't expect Yuki to be the voice of reason. But he's right.
Like, she had 3...
Me or sis, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, 3... Yeah. You want, Shobai was already talking about the whole 2-for-1 deal, but here we've got a 3-for-1 for dealing with the... Well, really 2 or 3 for everything. 2 Fall Guys, 3 body disposal plans, probably a lot more that I'm forgetting about.
None of you saw us carrying human hands around. Again, your own testimonies back that up. Do you finally see the problem? Yes? Good. Now, let's drop this here and now.
No, We're not done yet, Kanade.
A bit late on this, but the torso's hardest to break, obviously. So many ribs, which are harder to purposely break, and then, yeah, the chest would be an issue due to the fat content. Yeah, I guess the main problem is just we don't know how big the problem is that we don't know, we're not really shown how big the chimney is, so I thought it might have been possible to just stuff everything into 2 trash bags, like they're shown, like it's shown in the frickin' truth bullet for the bags. At least I think there were 2 of them, but maybe there were more. The point is, like, in theory, like, I could have seen it being, if the chimney was wide enough, like, even if it was only, like, yay wide, I don't think it would be impossible to throw, you could just bundle them all up and throw in the, and then, you know, throw them all down in one pass.
Sora?
Maybe 2 if you needed the extra carrying capacity.
The hands must have been somewhere, and I think I might just know where they were hidden.
Sora, maybe I didn't make this clear. We're dropping this here and now. I get that you want to act all important in these trials.
And I get that you want to lead and I get that you'd love to lead the discussion right now.
But I think it's finally time I put you in your place. 2 trials now I've had to listen to your shit. You needed Kokoro for the first trial, me for the second, and now you're leeching off of Shobai for this one. Maybe you've deluded yourself into thinking you're some big shot, but let me assure you, you're just a parasite. I'm not asking you anymore. I'm telling you, shut the fuck up. If you know what's good for you, stay down. Got it?
That last line was a little bit better. No, Kanade. You're done intimidating us. This ends tonight. This should be Kanade's final line of defense. Break through this and we'll have her cornered. It's time to end this trial once and for all. Is it time for the... Oh, here we go.
You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up.
Break shot. Activate.
My plan was perfect. You know nothing. Cut the crap. Stupid sis. So what? Use your brain for once. Stupid sis. Shut up. Just shut up. So what? Bullshit. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Did I fuck this up? Use your brain for once. You know nothing. Cut the crap. Bullshit.
So, I know that, I understand that, Hibiki was supposed to like, Hibiki's design here was supposed to be a reference to Miku Hatsune. Who's, is, Kanade's costume meant to reference anyone?
You can't prove anything. My plan was perfect. You know nothing. Stupid sis. Bullshit. So what? Use your brain for once. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Did I fuck this up? Bullshit. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. You can't prove anything. Use your brain for once. You know nothing.
Harley Quinn. That would be the second time that they've referenced Harley Quinn in one of these.
Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. You can't prove anything. Bullshit. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Use your brain for once. You're so pathetic. You can't prove anything. You know nothing. So what? Cut the crap. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. Did I fuck this up? Did I fuck this up? Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Use your brain for once. You're so pathetic.
Okay, I think there was a glitch there. Not glitch, a bug.
You know nothing.
There's like a second cut the crap.
Perfect. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. You can't prove anything. Bullshit! Cut the crap! Cut the crap! Use your brain for once! You're so pathetic! You can't prove anything. You know nothing! You can't prove anything.
It could probably be a reference to Kiss, yeah.
Did I fuck this up? Cut the crap!
Well, she's...
Did I fuck this up?
Seems like her statements are getting weaker.
Shut up! Just shut up!
That's a nice touch. Actually, yeah, it probably is Kiss now that I think about it.
You can't prove anything. You know nothing. So what? So pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. You know nothing. Cut the crap. Stupid sis. Bullshit. Stupid sis. Use your brain for once. You know nothing. Cut the crap. Did I fuck this up? So what? You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. Cut the crap. You can't prove anything. You know nothing. My plan was perfect. You're so pathetic. Shut up. Just shut up. Use your brain for once. You know nothing. Where were the hands hidden? My sis had no way of hiding the hands.
This is the end.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Her chest. Hibiki hid Setsuka's hands inside her clothes, or more precisely on her chest.
Her chest?
Even if Hibiki and Kanade are twins, they're not completely identical. Their body shapes are different. The Kanade we saw at the parade looked so much like Kanade we all believed it without a second thought. The resemblance was uncanny. In that case, then something must have been done to alter her body shape. She must have used something to make herself bigger.
And you're saying that this something was Setsuka's hands?
I am. Human hands on a chest, though, would create a notable shape. We have to assume something was used to hold them in place. Enter the fireplace's plastic bags.
Oh, so that's where there were two of them.
If you were to wrap multiple plastic bags around the hands and then hide them in your clothes across your chest,
two, but
not only could you move the hands without raising suspicion, but it would also change your body shape. We can even go one step further and suggest a small hole was made in the bag to allow one finger out. Doing this would allow you to use Setsuka's e-handbook plus whenever you needed to.
the moan wasn't that bad originally. Oh god. Was there a different version of this, or was there like a voice clip used in the original?
For example, getting in and out of the ghost house without using your own
I'd
plus.
say Chow. Like I'd gladly do the boss fight again if it meant using Setsuka's skill to take her down.
All you'd have to do is slide her e-handbook plus up your clothing. It's as simple as that.
That was phenomenal, Miss Sora. Miss Hibiki would naturally need to alter her body shape, and the stray hands fit that bill quite nicely. Just how on earth did you come up with such a bizarre yet enthralling idea?
Ironically, it was Kanade herself who gave me the idea. Earlier in the trial, she said that if we tried to hide them within our clothes, it would stick out and seem unnatural.
Was she trying to mimic her? Was she trying to mimic Kanade there?
But this was before I'd realized it was Hibiki we saw at the parade. Given how identical she looked to her sister, something must have been used to change her body shape. Kanade was right, they would stick out. And yet this was exactly what she needed for the disguise to work.
The OG voice clip was shorter. Lanews used voice claims with placed lines for voice ticks and such originally, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I remember that even DRA1 had voice clips for the rebuttal showdowns.
Sora, I must say I'm impressed. You do know how to spin an interesting theory. But that's all it is, isn't it? A theory. It's not like you have any evidence that my sis had those disgustingly vile hands on her breasts. Besides, if you just simply wrap human hands in plastic bags, they jiggle around and look nothing like breasts. Not like you'd know anything about that, though. Gee.
It's
Too bad, Sora.
I'm guessing this is where the safety pins come in. It's both insulting to Setsuka, who's already dead, and Hibiki, who's insecure about her body. I don't think that's come up yet. At least not in her free time event. I assume that's in her free time events. Evidence that Hibiki not only used the hands on her breasts, but was also able to hold them in place. Something so basic that we may have easily overlooked it. But if you consider the current question, they'd be more than ideal for this.
Got it. You want proof? Fine, I'll give you proof.
I guess they wouldn't, but also, like, you know, suspension of disbelief / rule of cool. Like, I don't know, maybe you'd have like a little bit of time. I'm not sure.
There were pins lying near the ghost house. Take a closer look at them, Kanade. Don't they look like they'd be perfect to hold something in place?
Ugh.
Could have covered the smell of perfume or something. Yeah, do the frickin' the scent ESP from. Oh, I got it. She used the scent ESP.
Ever since I found them while investigating, I've been wondering, why would something so out of place just be lying around like that? Only now, though, has it occurred to me. Those pins were used to tightly affix the hands and close together.
You come up with a crazy and ludicrous plan like this, then you just go and discard them like trash? Girl, are you a genius or an idiot? Make up your mind.
She was probably in a hurry. The older sis needed to remove her disguise ASAP before entering the ghost house.
She removed her disguise? But I thought Hibiki disguised herself as Kanade when she left the pool. If the disguise itself was used to carry the hands, why would she suddenly remove it and risk giving everything away?
Maybe if you spent less time crying with your heart and more time thinking with your head, you'd have realized it. Think back to what Bubblehead said and who she saw entering the ghost house.
Stop calling me Bubblehead. I have a name, you know.
Okay, Bubblehead.
And I definitely saw Hibiki. I know they're similar, but their hairstyles and hairpins are a big difference, I noticed.
Kanade needed to make sure it was Hibiki who was seen near the ghost house, not herself. This was part of her plan in order to make Aroha seem suspicious. She likely didn't have time to dispose of the pins properly, so she threw them away, hoping they'd go unnoticed.
I don't know anything about that.
So it's true. When we were watching the parade, we had Setsuka's severed hands right next to us. And right up on Hibiki's...
That's so wrong on so many levels.
Give it up, Kanade. We've successfully solved all 3 contradictions you presented us with.
One thing I do wish was that during the parade, the Kanade we see looked a bit more like Hibiki. Yeah, like maybe change her, well, like maybe, I don't know if the shapes of their faces are different, but that could have helped. I don't know.
The monorail's timetable, how the body was moved, and how Setsuka's hands were carried. There's nowhere left for you to run. We're all so tired. Please don't make us keep doing this. Please, just admit to your crimes.
Yes, the biggest difference are the chest and clothes, but Hibiki has a sharper face compared to Kanade. Yeah, so maybe making like a little composite sprite would have helped.
Stupid sis. She ruined everything. Telling you guys critical information. Carelessly discarding the pins. Sometimes I even wonder if we're really related with how stupid she is. Alright, you win. I am the culprit.
So it really was Kanade.
Fucking check to the mate. Finally got there.
And to think had I done this alone, it would have been a perfect crime. How ironic. All that planning, and yet it was my own sis and using her as an accomplice that screwed me over.
Oh, I get the sense. The fact that it's twins though, and like we still don't know who like did the killing blow. That's still a concern though.
Hey, chin up, girly. That plan was nothing short of genius, and this is me talking.
I will say, I do think the disguise is the shakiest part of the trial, since Hibiki also has to imitate Kanade's voice and mannerisms at least somewhat. I think she could have done it. They don't sound... I don't think they would sound that different. And to be honest, like, for me personally, that would definitely be the biggest issue for me to overcome if I were to write a trial like this. I'd probably just have to write a couple of characters who sort of... I mean, my plan would have been to just write characters who sort of note how they look similar and even sort of sound similar.
I'd never be able to come up with something like that in a million years. I've met a lot of crafty bastards in my time, but I'd be hard-pressed to name someone whose brain rivals yours. Top 5 at least. You can get a gold star from me.
Oh, shut up, you disheveled freak. I'm sick of looking at you and hearing your Weasley voice.
That aside, I have something to ask of Miss Kanade. From the looks of Miss Hibiki in this trial, her memory loss was genuine, correct?
Isn't Hibiki the ultimate vocalist? Maybe she could imitate Kanade's voice. Maybe. I mean, it's not exactly voice acting, but I wouldn't say it's impossible.
If Sis didn't have that trait, I wouldn't have even tried to use her as an accomplice.
Funny you mentioned that, because with Emma in her disguise, she had sharper eyes and she was holding the iPad with her left hand, unlike the real Kokoro. Oh yeah, interesting.
Memory or no memory, her stupidity knows no bounds. You'd have to be an idiot of the highest caliber to risk using her as an accomplice when she's herself.
Oh.
But then... never mind. You've already admitted to your crimes, after all.
It's inconceivable. Years of perfection. Nobody suspects a thing. And yet I'm caught by a wannabe hobo and an amnesiac albino. The pain is indescribable.
Amnesiac albino.
What's that supposed to mean? Trust you to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Yuriko. Whatever. I'll be dead in a minute. Nothing matters anymore. Let's just end this shit show already and move to voting.
I must say, you all put on a truly remarkable display today. The battles of wits and words. It was unlike anything this feathered figure had ever seen. As both your teacher and this trial's judge, I must say, you have made tonight's proceedings incredibly entertaining. After a long-fought battle, it appears you have finally reached a unanimous decision. Time to see whether this decision was indeed the truth or a lie. Never again will this island bear witness to such a roller coaster of a trial. But now our ride is over. Ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be?
Kanade is the culprit. What the... No, something's not right.
Wait! Everyone, please wait a minute. We can't vote just yet.
Whoa! Jeez, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Sora.
Oh, woes me. I have one job in this class trial room. It's minor, but I wish to do it. Why must you procrastinate so?
What's the matter, Sora? I was literally just about to push the button.
Well...
What is the matter? Why did I suddenly shout like that? Kanade herself has confessed to the crime and the case has been solved. There shouldn't be anything left to discuss. So what is this feeling? It's like some sort of reflex or instinct. Something is stirring from within me. The blackened is Kanade. The blackened is Kanade. If I know this, I should vote. Vote, Sora. Vote. Vote. A vote, vote, vote for walls is a vote for freedom. Vote, Daniel. A vote. It's no use. Every fiber of my being is screaming out, as if some unknown force is being exerted upon me. Shobai is 1, Kanade is 2, and this is the 3rd. Oh, I see. I think I'm about to say something. It's rising up. It's...
Shobai.
What?
As the person who almost single-handedly solved this case, I need to ask.
Is this a new sprite of hers?
Are you sure Kanade Otonokoji is the person we should be voting for? I can't put it into words. I know Kanade's the blackened, but I can't shake this feeling off. We have to reconsider. I'm dead serious right now.
Sora? Are you okay?
I don't think Kanade is the culprit.
What tarnation?
Huh? Okay, now even I'm confused. What is she doing?
Well, you see, the thing is, I think Kanade's the culprit, but I don't believe Kanade's the culprit. I'm not too sure myself.
Sora, you've been a real big help to us, but maybe you're overthinking it. This trial's been going on for a long time, and I think we're all a bit tired.
Right. I mean, the case is basically over. What's left to discuss?
Well, if it's not too much to ask, I'd like to review the case one more time, look over all the facts and details. I'm 99% sure Kanade's the culprit, but there's this 1% of me that feels we've all overlooked something crucial.
There is still the fact that, there is still the fact that we've only been talking about, I think I know what Sora's going to say. We've already gone over, like, the body disposal process and alibis and everything, but we don't know who actually landed that killing blow on Setsuka. And her torso, and her abdomen area was discarded somehow. Yeah, I agree, Diamond. I do like Monocro's voice in this. Honestly, he's probably what I'd do if a character like him or Tozu is probably what I'd do if I ever made a fangan.
But there's nothing to talk about, Sora. Kanade's confessed, and there are no contradictions. What more do you want? I just want to let Setsuka rest in peace.
Believe me, I want nothing more than to end this trial too. But it'd be an even bigger crime to let the truth escape us. For Setsuka, please, just trust me.
I'm sorry, Sora, but I just can't.
No, do what the girl says.
I'm fine. Not you too.
Up until now, there was no doubt in my mind that Kanade Atona Koji was our culprit. I'll be damned if I'm leaving any loose ends unaddressed. This trial's not over yet.
I mean, on the one hand, I get to live a bit longer, which isn't a bad thing. But on the other hand, I've already confessed. I'd rather we not twist the knife further.
So see? Is Kanade innocent?
Maybe. Maybe not. All I know is that you can't let us end the trial like this.
Then I'm gonna trust Sosi.
If this goes where I think it is, you're probably gonna wish you hadn't said that, Hibiki.
Nothing anyone said today has made any sense to me. Why don't I remember what happened today? Did Kanade really kill Suka? And did I help kill Suka? No, I don't want to believe any of that. I could never. Sis would never. Even if I can't help much, I'm gonna trust my sis until the end. I'll prove you're innocent, sis. Just watch me.
So, we're back to thinking Kanade's innocent? Just what the heck is with this trial?
Sora, I'm not quite sure what you're doing, but you know I'll always support you. So if you think this trial needs to keep going, then that's exactly what we'll do.
Me too. I believe in Sora. This case has been so confusing. We may gain something from discussing this just
If it's really Hibiki, then why'd Kanade accuse her at the start? Just to keep impressions up, or to hide her involvement, I guess?
Besides, our lives are on the line.
Well, actually,
We
no.
need to make
No, that would be the
absolutely
reason.
sure
Not I
before we
guess.
vote.
You guys for real? Is this some sort of plan to sabotage the trial? That girl deserves to burn for what she did to Setsuka. It's all just reverse psychology, I'm telling you.
Honestly, why didn't Kanade pick Nikkei over Setsuka as the target? I don't know. I assume we'll figure that out. I mean, Setsuka, I think she might have picked Setsuka because, well, she picked Setsuka because of the whole devil thing. You know, because of the whole legend thing outside the altar. You know, sacrifice your loved one for the sake of the, for the sake of that thing. I don't think Nikkei's been in a scrum debate on Sora's side up to this point. I may be wrong, but no, I'm pretty sure he's been on the opposite side both times. I don't know what's going on anymore. With just one sentence, I've sent everyone into a frenzy. I was convinced Kanade was the culprit, so why did I speak up? Was that even me who spoke up? It was as if some force was in control of my body for a few moments. With no basis for my outburst, we really do have nothing but conjecture to keep this trial going. Am I about to sentence us all to death? Whatever the outcome, there's no turning back now. If my body can't fight against this force, then it looks like I don't have a choice. Time to see where this goes. Oh, here we go. Nikkei never is on Sora's side due to the hair. Yeah.
Oh, the twins are splitting up for the scrum debate. Also like how this is being done so close to the end.
I've already admitted to being the culprit. You're all just overthinking things.
Hibiki!
My sis is not the culprit! We must have made a mistake somewhere!
We've solved every trick. Can't we just let this end?
Yotoko! There still may be another hidden trick. I believe in Sora.
There's nothing left to discuss! What's wrong with you guys?
Yuki, if there's nothing left to discuss, then this shouldn't take too long, right?
It's not like we have any other theories. This is a waste of time.
Tedia.
Sora isn't trying to suggest new theories. She just wants to discuss the case a little more.
Are you suggesting the involvement of a third party? Was this all for naught?
Shobai.
Nobody said anything about a third party. Shut up, Houdini.
Are you saying there are other suspects that even I, the culprit, was unaware of?
This one's mine.
There are no other suspects. However, we cannot end the trial like this. Trust me.
This is our answer.
Hope my keyboard, I hope my keyboard isn't too loud in the background. Rip Shobai's old line. What did he say before?
Cool, so the trial's still going. Now what?
We should listen to what Sora has to say. She's not the type to do something so dramatic without a reason.
About that, Yoriko, I actually don't think I have a reason. But I'm certain we need to talk about this case more. Well, at least I think we should.
But Miss Sora, our culprit, Miss Kanade, has been exposed, and has since confessed. What more is there to discuss? Perhaps I could enlighten you all as to my cooking secrets? Oh, or perhaps you wish to know how I got into magic.
You want to know why I agreed with Albino? I also felt that something was off. It just didn't click until she asked me if I was sure about it being safe to vote. We know full well how Setsuka Chiabukuro got killed and the tricks used to move the body. I'm also certain that the culprit is Kanade Atona Koji. She masterminded this whole thing. But is that really all there is to it? I can't help but feel that there's one final piece to this puzzle we still haven't found. That kind of feeling.
Exactly, Shobai. That's the same thing I felt just now.
No offense, but do you guys mind letting us in on whatever private discussion you're having?
Sora said she didn't know why she felt like that. How about you, Shobai?
There are two loose ends that I made note of while we were deciding whether or not we should keep the trial going. First, what happened to the missing abdomen of Setsuka Chiabukuro? Second, why didn't Hibiki Otona Koji help her sister with this whole affair?
A missing piece of evidence and Hibiki's motive.
The jury's still out on something as subjective as a motive, so let's discuss the abdomen first. I already explained why they'd have to dispose of the abdomen during my earlier theory, remember?
Right. You said the wound would look different depending on what hand the killer used to stab her with.
Yeah.
Since Kanade's in the minority with being left-handed, the stab wounds would make her look more suspicious, so she threw it away to try and cover that up.
Did we somehow all miss something as obvious as someone's abdomen?
Nah, they probably threw the abdomen down the drain along with some of the intestines.
Ugh.
Honestly, it shouldn't have been too much trouble to drain the flesh bit by bit. But that's not...
Ew, that's gross!
As I was saying, that's not what we should be focusing on. The real question is, was that really the only reason? Yo, Wicked Sis of the West. Since you've oh so kindly confessed to your crime, I want to ask you.
Guess we're all off to see the wizard this trial.
Did you really get rid of it just for that?
Of course. That was the reason you yourself reached, remember? As far as I'm aware, the only lefties here are Iroha and I. If I didn't take care of it, I would have been one of the prime suspects straight away. Instead, I tried to use this to my advantage and frame Iroha, but that plan fell through.
You say that so casually. I'm right here, you know.
Is that your final answer?
Excuse me?
Now, I ain't the type to brag, but I'd like to think I've got an eye for talent. Despite being just a guitarist, you've proven to us how damn smart you are. I refuse to believe you'd handle something as crucial as the victim's abdomen so sloppily.
Look, he's not wrong. It's hard to keep organs inside when you cut someone open. Yeah. Not only that, like, she's had to do a ton of other stuff for this, like, you know, having the near pinpoint accuracy with the darts and the basket, sewing up the body so that the blood wouldn't just come rushing out.
It does seem a bit sloppy, but right or wrong, that's what she did. She herself admitted it.
If this was done in the spur of the moment, then yeah, maybe I'd buy that. But from drugging Bubblehead to rigging the gate records, she definitely planned this way ahead of time. A double-layered trap of not only framing her own sister as the culprit, but having a contingency plan of framing Bubblehead. And even after both plans fell through, she calmly pointed out contradictions to our theories of her being the culprit. Shit, she had at least half of you fooled into believing her innocence.
It's literally heavily implied the killer sliced Setsuka apart with precision like it's not their first time. Yeah. Yeah, that too.
You're telling me that despite all those preparations, she'd use her dominant hand and let us catch her just like that?
Isn't it possible she just didn't know that stab wounds look different depending on what hands you use?
No, she definitely had to know.
Are you even trying to be helpful anymore? This girl handled the dismemberment of a human body like a pro. There's no way in hell someone like her wouldn't know about stab wounds being different based on the hand used.
But she's the ultimate guitarist, not the ultimate serial killer. What reason would she have to know things like that?
If she really did murder Setsuka, she's probably a void. We can't forget that, besides Mikado, 2 other people here are part of a criminal syndicate. Maybe she learned it there?
We can wonder about that later. Right now, Shobai has a point. Since she got rid of the abdomen, we could be sure she knew about the slight difference in stab wounds. She could have just stabbed Setsuka with her right hand then. Why go through the hassle of getting rid of the evidence?
You really are persistent, aren't you? Fine, I'll explain. I was so busy thinking ahead and juggling the various steps to my plan, I had a lapse in judgment. The knife I stabbed Setsuka with was the folding knife that Monocro left in each of our rooms.
Folding knife?
I couldn't stop wondering whether Iroha drunk her coffee or not, and then it happened. For half a moment, I lost my focus and stabbed her without thinking about which hand I was holding the knife in. It was only for a few seconds, but those seconds cost me a lot of time. I did my best to cover my tracks, but it seems that ironically, those attempts came back to bite me. The lack of evidence became one of your argument's foundations, Shobai. So well done, you. There. Satisfied?
Yeah, it is terrifying, like how early on she would have had to start thinking about all the tricks she'd need to use to do this.
You? The girl who planned this whole mindfuck? Stabbed her without thinking? Okay, now I know you're hiding something. You definitely wouldn't have just given up and considered it a lost cause. There are 1,000,001 other things you could have done. Fuck, I've only needed a few seconds to think some alternatives up. You could have used your right hand to create more stab wounds so the killing blow wouldn't be obvious. Or maybe you could alternate hands. That would really throw us through a loop.
Okay. Delightful news for someone who cares. As it happens, none of those ideas came to mind in the moment. It was a rare instance of panic, and I really hate myself for it. Now can you please get off your high horse and just end this trial? I get it. You're all very proud of yourselves. Right now, though, I just want the sweet release of death. Anything's better than this.
This line of thinking is going nowhere. Shobai, what about your second unanswered question? The reason Hibiki cooperated?
Fine. This one's kinda harder to get a proper answer on, but it remains a key part of this case. So, let me ask all of you. Why do you think Hibiki Otonakoji cooperated with her sister in the first place?
Huh?
I don't know. It sure is strange.
Didn't Kanade mention something about the altar?
There's a reason why this chapter is named what it is. Shoot, I actually forgot what it's called.
Hibiki believed that
Something about the
sacrificing
devil.
Setsuka's
Something
body
about the
would grant her
girls
wishes.
and devils or something.
Right, the motive video. Kanade said that her video featured her parents, right?
I feel some fangans will either make the talent completely ignorable or the only personality trait of a character. Here you see Kanade as a guitarist, but also a person outside of it. Yeah. The, it's definitely, like, I don't really know what to say. I don't really know where I'm going with this. Like, it sort of reminds me how this kind of reminds me of how... I guess it reminds me of how paper perjury has a couple of cases in particular where... Case 3 of paper perjury in particular has a lot of moments where the characters will kind of talk about interests you would have never expected them to have.
She helped kill Setsuka to save her parents, even if it meant she bloodied her own hands.
I remember this one throwaway line from, I think, when they had their meeting on the first day to discuss the results of their investigation on the third island, where Hibiki mentioned how Kanade had dragged her around everywhere. The girl who looked at the devil in the abyss or something like that. Yeah, I think that was it.
Wait, was that really what happened?
Yuki?
Maybe she really did believe that by putting Setsuka's body on the altar, it could save her parents.
So Kanade might have been thinking about this the moment they stepped on the island. Honestly, yeah, like, I'm sure that there's plenty... I'd believe it, just based on what we've seen.
But that wasn't all that she did, was it? She did things like disguising herself as her sister, and helped rig the gate records to confuse us. Isn't that weird? All she needed to do was put the body on the altar. Nothing more. So why go ahead and help Kanade with such a complicated plan?
You've got a point.
Hibiki wasn't quite herself this morning, sure. But it wasn't like she had lost her mind or anything. We were all shocked to see Setsuka's body, and it's no secret that Hibiki was the closest to her. But going into such a state like that, it's just not normal. Something's wrong.
Let's ask her about it directly then. Hibiki, why were you willing to help your sister with this plan?
Don't ask me, Sosi! I don't have any memory of what happened today. I don't know. I don't know what's what.
Requesting assistance from Miss Hibiki would be like asking for health tips from Mr. Makanouchi's mangled corpse. I believe her current state will do you no favors, Miss Sora.
Kanade's plan relied entirely on Hibiki's cooperation. None of this could have been done without her. But that's not all.
Even now, she acted in the prior trial. Even how she acted in the prior trials helped her, because she became reliable to everyone. Heck, before Shobai, her being reliable almost made them vote for Hibiki. And I have wondered. I have thought that, like, it's definitely an interesting idea having one of the supposed smart, one of the more helpful characters in the investigations turn out, then use that to their advantage.
No matter which way you flip it, one sister always loses out. If the plan succeeds, Hibiki dies. If the plan fails, Kanade dies.
Yuki's right, but that means this entire case doesn't make sense. Why would the twins risk losing their sister? The culprit can only be one person. Monochrome told us that accomplices gain nothing. So what does Hibiki get from this?
Shobai?
Holy shit! That's unreal! And yet it makes total sense!
Holy mackerel! This one's gone bonkers as well!
Finally! I've got this shit locked down. It's a bullshit theory, don't get me wrong. But if it somehow proves to be true, then it answers every single one of our questions.
Well, don't keep us in the dark. What is it?
Hibiki Otonakoji, you're also the culprit.
Eh? But Kanade's the culprit, right? She's already confessed to everything.
No, you're missing the point. It's small, but it changes everything. I didn't say Hibiki Otonakoji was the culprit. I said that she was also the culprit. They're not just accomplices. They're both the true culprit.
Oh, they both stabbed her at the same time, didn't they?
What? Have you lost your mind?
That's impossible! There can only ever be one culprit per trial! It's against the rules for there to be two of them!
Prove it. Quote that rule right now and I'll take it all back.
What?
Yeah, I didn't think so. Now my turn. Everyone, pull out your e-handbook pluses right now and take a look at Rule 6.
Rule 6. Rule 6. Ah, here it is. In the case of multiple murders in quick succession, the first murderer will be considered the blackened.
The important part here is where it says multiple murders. This would normally apply when there are two different blackens who each killed two different victims. Nowhere does it mention anything about two different blackens targeting one victim.
Damn. That's something that, like, I know people have also thought about. Like what happens if everyone just stabs... Like, if everyone just stabs one person. I mean, obviously, it, like, makes one stab wound on the same victim. Yeah.
Then, what happens if something like that were to happen?
Excluding cases like Rule 6, normally the one who last injures the victim while still alive becomes the blackened.
Last injures the victim while still alive.
What do you mean by that?
Let's say Miss Nijiue fatally stabs Mr. Otori with a knife. If I were to then stab the dying Mr. Otori before his last breath, I would become the blackened that killed Mr. Otori. Essentially, whoever deals the last blow will have the last laugh, so to speak.
I see. If there are two separate victims and culprits, whoever struck first would take priority. But there were two killers and one target. Then the one who made the finishing blow is the culprit.
Excuse me. Oh, why did you use me as an example? That's not very nice.
Alright, so maybe they both attacked Setsuka. There should still only be one culprit, right?
Come on, Newsy, pick up the pace. The focal point here is that whoever lands the killing blow becomes the blackened. So, what happens if two people kill the victim at the same time?
Then they're both the killer, and I guess you have to tie the vote.
For something so precise, you'd knock her out first. Then, once she's still, you'd deliver two blows for the price of one. Double the stabbing, double the blackened.
You're out of your mind! Even if they stabbed her together, they're still different people with different reflexes. If one of them stabbed her just a bit later than the other, then only that person would be the culprit.
Oh, really? Then let's take this up with the judge. Yo, Birdbrain, what's the verdict on that?
A bird? I will have you know, Mr. Hashimoto, that I am in fact a crow, and you shall address me as such.
Hibiki is the obvious red herring that no player suspects. Kanade is by design the most obvious Chapter 3 killer ever, but there's also a distinct possibility of Iroha. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, it was really well designed.
Now decide. Rule 6, you say? That rule was put in place in the event that two separate murders occur in the span of one day. I'm all for complicated murders, but to go through the trouble of solving two cases in one trial, a line must be drawn at some point. Rule 6 is a defense against such scenarios. Nevertheless, our current predicament is quite unorthodox. Even I find myself at a loss. If two individuals were to injure one person at the same time,
What do you mean you're at a loss? You're the judge.
I've actually been speaking to someone who's been writing their own fangame, and I won't say who they are or what it is, but they have had to think about a lot about how the Chapter 3 killings work in this way. And obviously I'm not going to say anything about what they're planning, but it's some really interesting stuff. Like, I'm not quite sure how it'll be it'll be received, but I really like the idea.
This isn't even an actual court of law. You should be able to decide these things yourself.
theoretically, yes. but in reality it's next to impossible. If a murder were to take place, regardless of location, we have our high-tech sensors throughout Utsurushima. These extraordinary sensors would be able to detect who landed the decisive blow down to 0.001 seconds.
Hi, Kasumi, and someone and someone.
No matter how close the two would attempt to make their strike, our sensors would assign whoever struck last as the blackening.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess it really is impossible.
What if they get it down to the same 0.0001 seconds?
Well, we measure it down to 0.00001 seconds.
And if they do it within the same 0.0000001
There is a
seconds?
0.0000000000001% chance that somebody will see this.
Shobai, what are you doing?
You seem quite eager to propose a time difference that would be recorded as next to 0, Mr. Hashimoto.
Yeah, honestly, 2-5. I'm not quite sure how I would actually. I'm not quite sure how I'd rank DRA's cases compared to main series Danganronpa. But
yeah, this is a great case, and I'll also say, I do think that it's definitely building up. Like, it's managing to create the fact that it's creating uncertainty this late in the game, or in the case, I should say, is very impressive.
Very well. If a miracle such as your scenario were to occur, then I suppose my rule would be time. Both individuals would become the blackened.
I rest my case.
Okay, time out. Pump the brakes. That's only theoretically possible, remember? Even if they thought they did strike at the same time, there's naturally bound to be some time difference between them.
Nikkei is right. Well, I agree that I'm perfect in every way. My sis, on the other hand, totally impossible.
Oh, and the lies just keep on coming.
Come again?
For any two normal people, impossible. You two, on the other hand, if my theory is correct, then that was exactly why you couldn't leave the abdomen behind. Of course, I'm not just saying this without any basis. The proof that you two could do it at the exact same time was provided by Newsy over there.
Huh? Me? What did I do?
oh, his interview.
Do you guys remember the interview that Newsy did on the twins back on the second island?
Why would we remember such a meaningless thing like that?
Hey, my interviews are only of the highest quality. They are not meaningless. But yeah, I always remember every detail of my interviews. It's what makes me such a good journalist. I even have it written down for reference. Why do you remember that, though?
You really gonna waste your time with stupid questions like that? Just shut up and do as I say. Read out the part about their secret behind their synergy word for word.
Let's see here.
So you two have shown us a fantastic performance, especially the unbelievable synergy between you two. Do you have a secret? Well, we do practice day and night, but we're not like any other twins. We're like two as one. If we're in a beat, we can play with a margin of error of less than 0.0000001 seconds. Isn't that right, Kanade? Huh? Oh yeah. Yeah, cross-chapter continuity, who'da thunk it? I see. So the fact that you're twins is a crucial factor. This is a scoop in itself. Tastes like raspberry. He's unstoppable. Well, as Shin said, we better get going before it gets too late. You gotta be joking.
Holy shit. But that means...
Do you understand now? Somehow these twins have perfect synergy. Suddenly the whole idea of simultaneous stabbings becomes real. Both twins attested to this statement. Even Kanade didn't deny it at the time.
God, framing your... Yeah, I'll say Simputer. Framing yourself as a move. That's one hell of a maneuver. This is something DRA does well in general that the main series can struggle with sometimes. It doesn't just leave everything from the past chapters behind. Yeah, I mean, even DRA 1 did this. Like, DRA 1 brought up Kyoka fairly consistently after she died. Like, she usually got at least one mention per chapter, I think. Because, like, chapters 2 and 3 definitely... I think she might have been forgotten. I think she might have... I think after that, she doesn't get a mention until, like...
Chapter 0, but yeah.
All they had to do was utilize their special sense of rhythm to stab simultaneously without any hesitation.
Then they really did.
Wait, are we sure that was scientifically accurate? I thought Hibiki was exaggerating. Surely this shouldn't be possible for two separate people.
Shouldn't and isn't are two very different things, meathead.
Why do you keep calling me meathead?
Let me tell you, as a broker, I've met a lot of strangers and freaks around the world.
I feel like it's because he's not as experimental as Lanuge. I mean, we have a whole evil team that's supposed to commit kills, and then this. Yeah.
In terms of twins, I've met some who have identical physical abilities, some who could read one another's minds, but never before have I met twins who share an identical rhythmic sense. Guess I can take that one off the list.
Hibiki and Kanade are identical twins, right? They say that identical twins are almost the same down to their genes. They usually share the same personality, too. I remember seeing a film where two separated twins tricked their parents into believing they were their twin.
Oh, I think she's talking about the parent trap.
Right. So if Shobai's theory were to be true, then that explains why they had to get rid of Setsuka's abdomen. If they used their rhythmic sense to do the stabbing, they must have used their dominant hand. The same hand that they use when they're playing the instruments. They probably couldn't risk one of them forcefully trying to use the other hand and failing.
That would also explain why they couldn't have made additional stab wounds. Until Miss Chiebukuro was confirmed as dead, they would have had to leave only the simultaneous stab wounds.
Because it's a system where the person who last injured the body becomes the culprit.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Kyoka's corpse does get shown off, so I guess it's just Chapter 4 where she doesn't get an appearance, but I could even be wrong there.
But couldn't they have stabbed her after she was dead? Why would they get rid of the abdomen when...
Nah, a stab wound made before and after the person's death differs in its appearance. If they managed to stab her simultaneously on their first try, they naturally would have then waited for Setsuka to die. Dying from blood loss isn't instantaneous. It takes time. If they created a stab wound after she died, the difference between that and the first one would be notable. All it would have taken is one person knowing the difference between the two for that to fall apart. Enter me.
The way Kanade controls the discussion for the entire trial before this deserves its own study. They were being played the whole time and needed the literal power of God and anime to break out.
How can you tell them apart?
What am I, your mom? Go read a book about it in the library, dipshit.
I was just curious, okay? Why you gotta be so mean?
Holy crap. I never thought it'd be possible, but I'm starting to believe they both really may be the culprit.
One more thing. You want to know the scariest part about that girl? When Newsy was doing his interview, she wasn't too keen on her sis giving away that info about their rhythmic timing. And then, if we look back even further to the simping spaceman's trial, that very same girl also asked Monocro about the existence of accomplices.
Oh, so she was even thinking about it back then? Oh my god.
Kanade Otonakoji had already been planning a double blackened murder as far back as the first trial, at least.
No way!
On the topic of cross-chapter stuff, DRA also establishes it pretty early with a Yame saying it was the Chapter 1 motive that made her want to escape into, not anything to do with the secret notes. Yeah, that's also true.
But Kanade helped us numerous times during the first two trials.
Yep. All a ploy to get us to lower our guard around her. Heck, even I bought into it. She'd act helpful and we'd begin relying on her in trials. What'd make this trial any different? But we've still got the best to come. You want to know the funniest part about all this? Every piece of decisive testimony, one way or another, all came from your fucking idiot sister. You could have let the stab wounds be, since I would be the only one to tell the difference. And knowing these kids, they'd just ignore me if I tried to warn them. But because she blabbed to Newsy, you had no choice but to get rid of the abdomen. Identical down to the genetic level, eh? Ironic. You two couldn't have been more different.
Shobai, that strange feeling I had that was preventing me from voting, I think your theory has cleared it up.
The question is, though, is how does the voting work? Like, do they have to tie it between the two of them?
Because if so, that's gonna be a problem.
I couldn't let myself vote because Kanade wasn't the sole culprit of the case.
Hang on. If they both are the culprit, and if we didn't listen to Sora and just voted for Kanade...
Whether we voted for Hibiki or Kanade, it wouldn't matter. It would have been wrong, and we'd all have been executed.
So we all technically owe our lives to Sora. You're amazing! Just how did you realize something like that?
The difference between pre- and post-mortem injuries lies in blood flow or the lack thereof. Pre-death injuries bleed, post-death ones don't, I see. Thank you, Lord of Cats. I mean, theoretically, yes, someone and someone, but, like, it's also, you gotta understand, like, part of it is the story that's being told, and, like, for the sake of the story being told, like, you know, it's the same thing to do with, like, power levels. It, like, who wins a fight is basically, who wins a fight in a given story really depends on the story being told. Their power level, I mean, yeah, it matters, but it doesn't matter as much as the story that the writer wants to tell.
I think you're giving me too much credit. Shobai did most of the heavy lifting.
So we're settling on the two of them doing it together. Is that the public opinion right now? Yeah. I won't lie. I'm still not too sure. It's an interesting theory, sure, but...
I agree. As much as I want to trust everyone, this is all still hypothetical, right?
Sure, we have no concrete proof. But if this theory were to be true, then we can also finally explain Hibiki's cooperation. If they both become the Blackened and win, they both get to escape the island. That was Hibiki's incentive to become an accomplice. It's been a long battle, but we finally reached the true ending of this trial. The Otano Koji twins are the true culprits of this case.
Oh, there it is.
Do you even hear the bullshit that comes out of your own mouth? I, and I alone, am the culprit. You think you're something real special after hearing Shobai's shitty theory, don't you? I have tried to play nice. I admitted my crime and asked to die peacefully. And yet bitches and whores like you won't even let me do that.
Alright, your voice acting is getting better on this one.
I will end you, Sora! Open your fucking ear holes and listen! I was willing to accept my death, but the shit you two spew has pushed me to my limit. Twins having special abilities, interviews as evidence, and you're gonna decide the results based on a theory that follow without any solid evidence. This shit isn't conviction, it's just a figure of speech. A passing comment. Irrelevant details. Unrelated to the case. You hear me?
But there are no logical contradictions with this theory. Not to mention, if you're the culprit and the double Blackened theory is wrong, we lose and you win the trial.
Why are you getting so desperate about what you claim is an incorrect theory?
Desperate? Look in the mirror, slut! God, I want to punch that stupid look off your face! I am a perfectionist. Even if I am to die, I won't let your dumb theories ruin everything I did! Us both being the culprits. Whining on about a theory without any evidence to back it up. What a poor, miserable bitch you are! Don't you dare sit on my perfect crime, you brain-dead fuck!
Kanade gave a rough counter-argument, but I can't back off now. I have to present solid proof. Proof that hasn't been used yet, if I just think it over well enough.
I was willing to accept my death, but the shit you two spew has pushed me to my limit. Twins having special abilities, interviews as evidence, And you're gonna decide the results based on a theory that hollow without any solid evidence. This shit isn't conviction. It's just a figure of speech. A passing comment. Irrelevant details. Unrelated to the case. You hear me?
But there are no logical contradictions with this theory. Not to mention, if you're the culprit and the double blacken theory is wrong, we lose and you win the trial.
Why are you getting so desperate about what you claim is an incorrect theory?
Desperate? Ah, look in the mirror, slut! God, I wanna punch that stupid look off your face! I am a perfectionist, even if I am to die. I won't let your dumb theories ruin everything I did! Us both being the culprits. Whining on about a theory without any evidence to back it up. What a poor, miserable bitch you are! Don't you dare shit on my perfect crime, you brain-dead fuck!
I was willing to accept my death, but the shit you two spew has pushed me to my limit. Twins having special abilities, interviews as evidence.
Feels like I need to 3 passes through each of these, and I haven't even fired an arrow yet.
On a theory that hollow without any solid evidence. This shit isn't conviction. It's just a figure of speech. A passing comment. Irrelevant details. Unrelated to the case. You hear me?
But there are no logical contradictions with this theory. Not to mention, if you're the culprit and the double blacken theory is wrong, we lose and you win the trial.
Why are you getting so desperate about what you claim is an
Well, the thing is, I'd say
theory?
she's as crazy as she is smart.
Desperate? Ah, look in the mirror, slut! God, I wanna punch that stupid look off your face! I am a perfectionist, even if I am to die. I won't let your dumb theories ruin everything I did! Us both being the culprits. Whining on about a theory without any evidence. I'll pierce through those words.
Yeah, I do think that is a potential point against the trial, which I know might sound blasphemous to say, but I feel like if there's any problem I have with this trial, and it's not even that big, it's that they kind of made they had to make Kanade too good, you know? So like because then it kind of makes it a little unbelievable that they could actually take her down.
Proof? You say there is no proof?
Obviously, it was impossible from the start. A flawed theory.
Let's ask the theory's creator. Do you have any proof, Shobai? Didn't think so. And you claim to know something that even Shobai isn't aware of? Of course not, Sora. You don't even know who you are, let alone something decisive. In the end, this was all just a baseless theory.
No, I have proof.
Huh?
After hearing what Shobai said, I looked through every single piece of evidence I'd found during our investigation. There's one final piece of evidence that hasn't fit into the theory, nor has anyone been able to explain its presence. A bottle of antibiotics near the pool.
Antibiotics? I don't remember seeing anything like that by the pool.
Me neither. What was something like that doing there?
I'm not sure yet, but Teddy has said something earlier that's just crossed my mind.
That is very much justified later, but again, that's a point for later. Are you talking to me or one of them, Simputer?
Tedia, when you mentioned the blood packs disappearing, didn't you mention another change in the infirmary?
The infirmary? The infirmary? Oh yeah! Do you mean the medical kit that disappeared for a while before reappearing later?
As far as the purpose this case serves in the narrative, I mean. Yeah, that makes... if there's a narrative purpose, then, like, chances are that'll usually... I mean, it does depend on where things go from here. I don't know, like... I don't know if it gets... I don't know if it's gonna be one of those things that gets explained, like,
within the chapter or later, but sure.
Medical kit? So the antibiotics came from that kit?
I mean, she was shown to be a super smart character from the start. This, without a doubt, would be a perfect crime if we as the main character didn't exist. Well, the thing is, like, even with Sora being around, she still needed, like, basically inexplicable feeling from God, basically, to like, actually, like, catch on to the double blackened theory.
Well, I check the inventory of each room 3 times a day. Morning, lunchtime, and evening. And the medical kit that was definitely there last night had disappeared when I checked the room this morning.
I wonder how long it took for Lanouche to come up with this murder plan for the trial. I only remember him saying that Kanade is a masterpiece of his life. I'd believe him saying that, yeah. Just based on how far this has gone.
I was gonna tell you guys, but medical kits aren't harmful. I just assumed somebody needed it for an emergency.
I think she even supersedes Kokoro. The way she kept her cool during the entire trial and made logically sound arguments over and over is nuts. Yeah.
But when I came back to do my lunchtime stock take, I saw it sitting there back in its place, as if nothing had happened.
So that means somebody used the medical kit this morning, right?
No offense, Sora, but where are you going with this? What does a missing medical kit and stray bottle of antibiotics have to do with anything?
I emailed him once about Kanade, and he literally said that I can literally prove that. Oh, I see. Wait, he has emails open? Dang.
As Teddy has said, a medical kit can't be used to kill someone. At a first glance, it seems highly unlikely a murderer would grab it to try and patch their victim back up. But what if that was the case? What if it was grabbed as an insurance to guarantee a double blackened situation?
Insurance?
You said that they used their primary hands to stab Setsuka simultaneously without any margin of error, right? Both Shobai and Kanade herself have attested to her being an extreme perfectionist. So let me ask you this. What if they somehow managed to fail the timing?
No way. You mean they were gonna use it to heal Setsuka back up if it failed?
Kanade is canonically considered the smartest character in the cast. Yeah. I know Lanouche had, like, some help. I just can't at least with the first game, I just can't remember who, I just don't know what the other people actually did. But yeah, it is very impressive work.
Exactly. Kanade has taken the medical kit with her for that exact reason.
He must have been, like, you can just tell just how much of a passion project this is.
That's ridiculous! How would you know if you had succeeded or not in the first place?
Dude, Monocro exists for a reason, you know?
So they stabbed Setsuka together and called Monocro to check if it would be a double blackened murder or not? Is Monocro even allowed to tell them that?
I see no reason for Monocro not to. Telling the blackened that they are the blackened shouldn't be a problem, right?
I'm more curious about that bottle. I'm incredibly thorough with my searches, but I didn't see anything like that.
He doesn't answer anymore, stopped because he said even with it being his game, his memory was getting hazy after years passed, and he didn't want to give potentially inaccurate answers. Oh, that's a shame.
Where the hell did you find it?
I just kinda saw it rolling around near the pool.
Bullshit! I never even opened the damn thing! There's no way that I dropped the... fuck, no.
Oh, she didn't notice.
What was that just now? I never even opened the damn thing? So you admit you did take it then? The same medical kit that our killer took to secure their double blackened plan?
Lanouche was in the military, damn.
I guess I was wrong. Handing us decisive testimony that digs your own grave?
I don't remember I've heard that there was like a bit of debate over whether or not Lanouche made this during high school, but I mean, I guess it isn't like too big a difference.
Maybe you're not so different from your idiot sister after all, Kanade Atona Koji.
No, this isn't happening.
You really just shit yourself over one small bottle, huh? Was the bottle being on the ground really that big a deal?
Hang on, back it up. Did she just confess to it all being true?
Unbelievable. Even if I had dropped it, I would have heard it hit the ground considering its size. Or at the very least, I would have noticed the minor weight decrease from the medical kit. I didn't even leave it to Hibiki. I did this part myself just in case bullshit like this happened. You've got to be fucking with me. Me making a mistake like this? That's unprecedented.
I'm guessing there's, like, more to her free time events that show this, like, perfectionist side for her.
And Sora being the one to find it?
It appears for the first time in this trial, we are able to bear witness to you getting truly flustered, Miss Kanade. However, it seems Miss Kanade truly is convinced she never opened the medical kit.
For one, if you go back and look, the way she talks before and after Yoriko stops being accused, when she says, "It's so obvious I almost missed it," is a lot different. Oh, I see. I'm not... I'd probably have to go back and rewatch that. I guess I'll get a chance when I play this with Noah.
If that were the case, it must have somehow opened by accident. My, what a heavenly show of fortune.
Well, Kanade, ready to concede? Both you and Hibiki murdered Setsuka.
There's also been, it seems like there's been a lot of, like, emphasis on, like, luck. I know there was the whole, like, fortune thing in Chapter 2, and now they're bringing it up a fair bit during this trial.
No way. This can't be happening. This doesn't make any sense. I never make mistakes.
South Korea has mandatory enlistment. Oh, okay. I think, actually, that makes sense. And I also know that I know a few countries have, well, some countries have mandatory enlistment. Like, I remember doing research for a school project and found out Finland had mandatory enlistment.
I can't lose.
Stubborn to the very end. Very well. In that case, I will go over this double blacking case from the start.
Oh yeah, when Kokoro's found dead, she mentions asking for 3 people to watch the body because Hajime was suspicious. I mean, she doesn't outright say he was suspicious. She just asks in case both, just because Hajime and Shinji are both, they're like close friends, and so it's possible they can cover for each other.
It's time for Melody Rhythm's swan song.
Ooh. Three hours and we're finally hitting the closing argument. Oh yeah, this makes it obvious. How are you even supposed to fail the how on earth do you even fail the frickin' game with this? Like, you'd have to get down to matching it by exact details.
This is the truth of the case. Way back in the early hours of the morning, while we were all still sleeping, the culprit awoke long before the morning announcement. Knowing that Mikado prepared our breakfasts way in advance, they used this to their advantage and slipped some sleeping drugs into the coffee at Aroha's seat. This was done to make sure that Aroha would have no alibi throughout the entire day. Not long after daybreak, the true plan was set into motion, calling for Setsuka to meet them at the pool.
Oh, Setsuka with bad head.
En route to the scene, the culprit made a quick detour to the infirmary and grabbed a large quantity of blood packs in addition to a medical kit. Since it was already gone by the time Terdia made his routine morning stock take.
Most complex trial, and yet this one has fewer closing argument panels than the first one.
We can assume they wasted no time at all in grabbing those items.
Body discovery wasn't the only reason people had a negative reaction to this chapter, and the later ones got reworked a bit. Wishing you the best in the lead up to those points. I'm not sure what that means. Is that because of like the? Is that because like the skill, the mini games were getting too difficult?
Once they arrived at the pool, they immediately pounced upon Setsuka, giving her no time to react. It was crucial they not kill her during this attack, however, merely render her unconscious. As soon as Setsuka was out cold, our culprit signaled for another individual to join them at the pool. Our second culprit. Yes, despite all the odds and our previous assumptions, Setsuka was in fact not just killed by one person, but in fact 2 separate people at the same time. When the second culprit arrived at the pool's gates, the first culprit handed them their own e-handbook plus over the top of said gates. This was to manipulate the gate records, a crucial trick used throughout this case. The second culprit entered the pool using the e-handbook plus they were given by their co-conspirator.
Oh yeah. Ironic that Setsuka, the ultimate billiards player, died at the pool. Funny.
The in-record of the first culprit and Setsuka already existed in the gate records database. So when the second culprit entered through the gates, the results showed an out record of the first culprit.
Yeah, we had 2 argument armament equivalents.
By doing so,
that was
guaranteed that the second culprit was able to enter the pool without using their own e-handbook plus and leaving a record. Next, the 2 stabbed the unconscious Setsuka simultaneously with a knife. Usually, it would be a matter of whoever stabbed the victim last would become the culprit, regardless of how close the 2 individuals attempted to time it, but our culprits shared a sense of rhythm with each other that was so in sync. Its difference was undetectable even with an electronic sensor. How might this be possible, you ask? Because these 2 individuals were twins that had ultimate talents related to rhythm. After ascertaining the fact that they stabbed her at the same time, the first culprit left the pool. Once again, the gates were manipulated, this time with Setsuka's e-handbook plus, to make it seem like there was nobody
Hi, Buccaneer.
according to the records.
Yeah, the proof of competence, wait, what was I going with that? The reason they also didn't use one knife was to avoid the risk of each other's forces colliding with each other. Prove their competence. What was I gonna say? Well, yeah, just the point of, like, not saying, oh, you're so smart. Like, you have to, like, show your characters are just smart without anyone directly saying it, you know?
As she was leaving, she also put up a sign that said, "Pool sanitation time. Please do not enter," in the front of the pool. This way, no one else would enter the pool while they took care of the body. However, without realizing it, this was where the culprit made a pivotal mistake. The medical kit that was prepared as insurance to heal Setsuka in the event that they mistimed their simultaneous stabbing must have somehow allowed a bottle of antibiotics to fall from it. We're not sure how the culprit didn't notice this. But it was the single bottle that allowed us to prove the double blackened theory. After the culprit left, they re-entered the pool 3 hours later with the tools they needed. Typically, tools shouldn't take too long to find. However, to further paint Aroha as our prime suspect, the culprit made sure to leave a lengthy 3-hour window. Upon returning with the necessary tools, they got to work. And by work, I mean cutting up Setsuka's body into multiple pieces. The reason they dismembered her body was to transfer the body to a different place, which I'll get to in a moment. During the dismemberment, it was imperative they get rid of the abdomen that showed 2 people had stabbed the body, each with a different hand. After concluding the process, the first culprit wiped down the pool using its towels, while the second culprit disguised himself as the first culprit. They were twins, so only a few adjustments were needed to make them completely indistinguishable.
Lanuge got into some list after this trial. People were scared. What? Like they actually got put on some he got put on some watch list or something? Intelligence on this level is extremely difficult to write well, yeah,
One of these
I'm sure.
adjustments involved altering their body shape. To do so, they put both of Setsuka's hands into a plastic bag and pinned it to their chest.
I feel like you could arguably justify, you could at least explain Korekio's, actually no, I feel like you could maybe explain, like, Korekio's decision, just in the sense of him wanting to, like, still send, Tenko along. Well, like, she was his intended target all this time, but yeah, it was really a boneheaded move for him to do that.
Conveniently for the culprit, they also needed Setsuka's fingerprints to utilize her E-Handbook Plus for tricks later down the line. So by using the hands as part of their disguise, it also allowed them to carry the hands around with ease. Essentially, it was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Equipped with Setsuka's hands, they could now use her E-Handbook Plus whenever they wanted to. Just like Emma did with Kokodo's during the previous trial. The culprit then sent a message to Aroha using Setsuka's E-Handbook Plus. The message called for her to be in front of the mirror house at 18 o'clock.
I only remember him mentioning in the same email that you just gotta explore, specifically, the madness in various works was also investigated. What does that mean? Are you talking about, like, how he had to get inspiration from various, different, like, works of fiction?
It was because of this message that Aroha didn't join us for the parade, further extending the period in which she would have no alibi. As soon as the message was sent, the second culprit left the pool while still disguised. The sign that was in front of the pool was placed back inside, and they set off towards Department A. After arriving at the ghost house, they removed their disguise and entered inside, making absolutely certain Aroha would notice them. This was yet another thing the culprits had planned out, in an attempt to frame Aroha further and increase our suspicion of her. However, that was when their second crucial mistake occurred. In a hurry to get out of their disguise, the pin used to hold the plastic bags fell to the ground.
Right, but are you saying that, like, Lanuge basically was saying, like, various sources were used to, like, inspire this case?
Had it not been for the pins, we may very well have been unable to prove the disguise theory. Now inside the ghost house, the culprit ran to the house's fuse box and cut its wires.
Put Kanade in frickin' Metal Gear Solid and have her be a frickin' reverse triple agent like Revolver Ocelot, dude. How about that?
As well as killing the
Put that in
fire
your
at
pipe
the
and smoke it.
fireplace, creating a blackout from within. The blackout was necessary so that others wouldn't notice the discrepancies inside the ghost house until the designated time that the culprits had planned. Extinguishing the fire wasn't just for the blackout, though. The chimney's passageway also needed to be clear for a later part of the plan. A little later, the second culprit redisguised themselves as the first culprit and left the ghost house. There, they would join the rest of us for the parade, in the guise of their own sister. Of course, none of us had even the slightest inkling of being hoodwinked at the time. The resemblance and impression was uncanny. They simply smiled and waved as the parade unfolded, while also giving their sister a rock-solid alibi at the time.
As a murder mystery writer, you have to be very careful with how you research and learn of things governments are always watching. Oh, I see.
Meanwhile, the first culprit was waiting for the monorail at the Department C station. Let's go back slightly and focus on what they did up to this moment. Prior to the second culprit heading over to the ghost house,
Like, what complications do you run into, Golem, or can you not bring them up here?
the first culprit had taken the time to move all the body pieces from the station to the pool. During the second culprit's creation of said house's blackout, the first culprit had their hands full with both disposing of the pool's signpost and putting the chest piece of Setsuka inside one of the parade dolls in the Department C storage area. Back to the present. At 1810, the monorail heading to Department A arrived and the first culprit began their process of slowly relocating the body. The method they used to do that was throwing one body piece down the chimney every time the monorail sailed past the ghost house. Typically, this method would be suicide for any normal person, but not our culprit. They made it seem like the body had teleported inside the house. Unfortunately for them, since the ghost house was next to a track that connected Department A and C,
Holy shit, we got a lot of people watching tonight.
they only had 4 chances to throw the body pieces inside, considering that monorail is only active every other hour.
I think Lanuge confirmed that Kanade and Hibiki stabbed Setsuka with the same knife. The only culprits would be who stabbed the hardest. Wow.
Excluding the torso and 2 hands, they were tasked with handling the 7 remaining pieces.
You risk being suspected of planning a real murder while researching things how to make a fake murder. Yeah, that makes sense.
Was this going to be a problem? Of course not. Our culprit had reviewed the monorail timetable and calculated the time it would take to move back and forth between departments A and C. Using this method, they learned they had 7 chances to throw the 7 body pieces down the chimney. Utilizing their perfect aiming abilities, it was a piece of cake. Once they had ensured all the body pieces had successfully passed through the chimney,
I would talk with you more about that goal and like managing to managing to research stuff like that and not like making people worry so much. Just the fact that like just when you're having to research something like so grisly, but just to make something that you're doing just for fun, but trying not to alert to like make people worry that you're actually up to something sinister.
the first culprit left the station and headed to the storage area. The parade was almost over, and Setsuka's torso had arrived at Department A by then. It was time to retrieve their final piece. We all noticed Setsuka's continued absence and began growing anxious. After a brief discussion, we decided to split up and search for her.
We have over 30 people watching this stream. Holy crap. It's like triple what I usually get on these.
Under the pretense of searching Department A, the 2 culprits regrouped inside the storage area and swapped places once again. Their disguise was only necessary to provide the first culprit an alibi while they threw Setsuka's limbs down the chimney. And now that this task had concluded, there was no need for the second culprit to remain disguised any longer. Over at the ghost house, I had sought out Setsuka through the blackout, but to no avail. Still believing she was alive, I left the place in a frenzy.
Danganronpa already takes place in a sort of heightened reality. Like most murders in Danganronpa wouldn't be possible in real life. But yeah, I do agree that like Chapter 3 is definitely where I do think this one was definitely like, and not even in a bad way per se. Just it definitely does like it is definitely pushing the boundary a bit.
Unbeknown to me, the first culprit was watching from afar. As soon as I had left, they signaled their accomplice, who had remained inside the storage area. Timing would be critical again. The second culprit picked up Setsuka's torso and ran full sprint all the way to the ghost house. To gain entry, they would once again use Setsuka's e-handbook plus, where the logs would show us an ID that displayed an in record but not an out record. Finally came the decorations. All 10 body pieces were gathered up and spread out across the altar.
Dread leg.
The folding screen was moved in the front of the entrance, and the blood packs they'd accrued at the beginning of the day were put to use, flooding the room. This was to create the illusion that the crime scene was the ghost house, and the culprit dismembered the body behind the folding screen.
Even if she's a Mary Sue, which I disagree with because she has flaws, she's just exceptional at covering them. It absolutely works within this context. I mean, it's sort of the issue. You kind of have to show those flaws. You kind of have to show those flaws part of the Mary Sue trope is the character being beloved by others. You are right about that, Buccaneer. But I think the main concern is, you kind of have to show those issues, and, like, I'm hoping we'll get to see that somewhat during the free time events.
especially since it seems like she could have, especially since it seems like she could have, like, I don't know, like, because she was always quiet whenever Hibiki wasn't. I'm not saying she's overly perfect, computer.
Emphasizing it further, a large trail of blood was planted by the culprit, leading up to the altar.
I just want to be clear, like, I don't like when any, I don't particularly like when any, one story, like, one, like, I guess plot device, if you want to call it, I just don't like it. I mean, I had the same issue with, like, the Lux stuff, which, granted, wasn't that bad, because, you know, it had counterbalance. It can lead to feeling like too much hinges on a single thing.
They even spread some out on the altar as well, for good measure.
I don't really want to explain it, like, too much here, because I'm already, I'm already, like, kind of interrupting the closing argument a lot, but yeah. Oh, Vanny and Bucketeer know each other, that's interesting.
And then the finishing touches came in the form of the culprit deliberately dropping their hairpin near the altar, and sending everyone a message using Setsuka's e-handbook plus. It needed to look nonsensical, to demonstrate a state of panic, but also make a vague reference to the ghost house, to suggest who may be there. Of course, fleeing the scene would be too risky, so instead, they simply hid in the space behind the folding screen, waiting for us to arrive. Like a moth to a flame, we were all taken by the unsightly scene at the ghost house, hesitantly following the trail of blood up to the altar, where our friend lay in pieces. It was a grueling task and an incredibly convoluted plan, but this was how the two culprits managed to move the body and fool everyone. The killers, who didn't just murder Setsuka, but viciously and brutally mutilated her body into pieces.
Yeah, I think that's how I wouldn't say, like, it doesn't bother me too much, Io. Oh, and yeah, like, you kind of need some, and, like, I mean, it even reminds me of, the Ace, like, weirdly it's kind of reminding me of some of the better Aces in investigations, too.
The twisted psychopath,
just with how much is going on.
And her unknown accomplice, whose involvement was far more severe than we could ever imagine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ultimo Koji twins.
Oh, gee.
Kanade and Hibiki. It was you two. Well, Kanade, did I miss anything in your oh-so-perfect murder? And Hibiki, I'm sorry, but it's the same for you. You might not have memory of it, but the results of this trial clearly tell us that you are also the one who killed Setsuka.
No. I'm innocent! I couldn't have killed Suka! She was my friend! This has all gotta be some kind of bad dream! Yeah, that's it! This is all a dream! Kanade could never kill someone! I could never kill someone! Wake up, Hibiki! Wake up! Wake up! This isn't real! This isn't real!
Hibiki...
Miss Hibiki, I'm afraid this is not a dream. Whether you remember it or not, you have indeed committed the heinous crime of murder. Furthermore, you've also lost the class trial. If the answer we've deduced is true, soon your life will be over, and you shall be dead.
What? Dead? I'm going to die?
This whole trial is the equivalent of a ping pong match that was finally stopped because the ball decided to bounce to another side just to make it stop.
This is some weird joke, right? I haven't done anything wrong. I promise.
Well, she agreed to the plan, Ravina, that the fact, like, obviously I feel bad for her, but she still had to agree to this.
You guys are just messing with me, right?
But right? Yeah, the fact that she's going in without murder is I mean, it's honestly like what some people think Mikan's execution should have been.
Come on, guys! This isn't funny anymore! Why are you all looking at me like that? Kanade and I didn't do anything! Tell them, Kanade! Kanade?
We didn't kill anyone, right? Why aren't you saying anything? What's going on? Sis, help me! Like you've always done. Like when we were young.
Sis.
When something bad happened, you were always there for me. I am sorry if I was a bad sister. I am sorry if I was being too harsh to you. I'm sorry for anything bad I ever did.
Well, I wonder if Kanade's, like, perfectionist tendencies, which seem to have come up, is a result of her, like, Hibiki, like, pressuring her for their performances.
But please, help me.
Well, we don't even know if Mikan's getting an execution fun time. Like, it's possible she doesn't kill at all.
Hibiki, Kanade's about to die too. You've both lost the trial. Even she can't help you in this situation.
Help me! Let me out! Why won't these doors open? Help me!
That might be like the most. That's up there with like Leon's reaction in the anime for like most realistic reaction to losing the trial.
Now, Miss Hibiki, the trial is still in session. I must request you return to your seat immediately.
Let me go home! I hate it here! I need to save my parents! I'm so sick of this place! Let me out! Just let me out!
Sabiki.
Hibiki, calm down.
I wonder.
There's no calming her down, I'm afraid.
That shrieking banshee of a girl. I've been monitoring her since we deemed her a suspect earlier on in the trial. Her sister's a crazy psycho bitch, don't get me wrong. But this girl? Small quirks in her behavior plus that whole amnesia thing.
This is your final warning, Hibiki Otonokoji. If you do not return to your seat, you will be severely punished.
Oh, please, it's not like it could do anything worse to her now.
Kanade?
Sis. So adorable. I have nowhere to run, right? Well then, as they say, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. I'm beyond furious that my masterful plan has failed. But knowing that I get to see my sister's most painful, most heart-wrenching, most despairful moments while I die.
Is anyone thinking of Junko and Mukuro right now?
Perhaps I found a way to win after all. Congratulations, everyone. You should be proud of yourselves. Both Hibiki and I. We are both the culprits of this case.
We've just finished the trial. C. $13,710 Crow card. That sounds like it. That's an anagram of the funny number. Trigger warning for post-trial.
I'm glad to hear that you have all reached what seems to be a unanimous decision.
But yeah, voice range on really great performance from Hibiki and Kanade there.
But I will take this silence to signify that you are once again ready to vote. So help me, if one of you children elect to interrupt this process once again, I will personally tender my resignation and rain hellfire upon those above. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, use the panel in front of you to vote for who you believe to be the culprit. As you have all taken the stance that our blackened is in fact two separate people, which is a first in the entire history of Danganronpa. I have temporarily replaced the late Mr. Kagarine's panel with one marked Otonokoji twins in the voting screen. If you truly believe that the two of them are the culprit, vote for that panel. Understood? Excellent. Will you make the right choice, or the dreadfully wrong one? What is it going to be?
Oh, Canada.
Oh.
Well, with all votes accounted for, I can officially announce that the culprit, or should I say, culprits, who murdered Setsuka Chiabukuro were indeed Hibiki and Kanade Otonokoji. Congratulations on voting correctly for such a convoluted killing.
Shit.
He had to modify the voting UI. Holy smokes.
The Blackened really was two separate people.
Honestly.
Indeed. To be honest, I found myself at quite the loss upon seeing them simultaneously delivering the final blow. By its very definition, a class trial is a system that, while multiple victims can occur for one case, no two students can be the culprit. I do like that Monocro acknowledged that, like, you kind of have to, especially, like, I mean, you kind of have to do that, and However, no matter how many times I reviewed the footage, I was unable to discern any slight difference in timing. Even our sensors failed to detect any discrepancy. It's got the vitals on Among Us going. Eventually, I had no choice but to concede. In this field trip of mutual killing, the rules are absolute. And this case, while certainly unorthodox, did obey the rules.
I must say,
I wish to convey my
impressed.
utmost praise for the twins, as they not only found a minor loophole within the rules, but also utilized their talents to pull off an impossible feat. Truly remarkable. I'm genuinely speechless. Not for a second did I think it was possible we'd lose the trial. Blackens have always been one person. Why should this trial be any different? That was the beauty of this plan. No matter which of us you voted for, you'd still lose. I do wonder, though, like I actually did think that maybe if they were going in this direction, what if only the one who got voted for ended up, like, getting executed and the other one just stays? Like, I feel like that would be one way of resolving it. But, of course, I understand why it was done this way, and, you know, you wouldn't get the incredible suspense here. I'd created a plan that confused even Monocro. If our host was at a loss, I figured there was no way that you guys would have been able to solve it. And even if you did, I'd made sure to set things up so that the only viable alternative would be to suspect Iroha. But somehow, despite all of that, the plan still failed. It seems like I underestimated both Shobai and Sora. She's right, those two did all the heavy lifting in this trial. If it weren't for them...
It is what it is.
Don't get me wrong, I'd made sure to keep Shobai in mind when I started planning this. It doesn't take me long to catch on to people like him. As soon as we met, I knew he would be trouble.
Impossible.
But you, Sora? Who the hell are you? What are you? There's basically nothing special about you. On top of that, you can't even remember your own talent. How is someone like you able to win against someone like me? Sora.
Just what is your talent?
That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, to be a fly on the wall when... Yeah, to be a fly on the wall in the fandom when this came around. Why? Why the hell did you murder Setsuka?
Huh?
Nikkei. What's wrong? I thought you didn't care about whether we lived or died.
But...
Well... No, I suppose you in particular have a reason to be mad about it. Huh?
don't
I'm
get it.
confused. Like that's anything new. But putting that aside...
Also...
So, you wanted to know why we killed Setsuka, yes?
The thing is...
Maybe you had a reason, Kanade. But Setsuka was like another sister to Hibiki. Why would she agree to help you kill her?
Seriously?
Isn't it obvious? They're voids. It was a double void killing.
Yeah.
I suppose that would be the only logical conclusion, right? No, that's too obvious. It's either one of them or none of them. Both of the previous killings were done by voids. It's pretty much their job to make sure we don't get along. Any sign of harmony and they'll intervene. Then, does that mean aside from Mikado, they're the last two voids?
You little...
Don't just stand there. You killed Setsuko and we want answers. One of you better start talking and quick. Or I'll get my truth serum. Were the twins really part of Void? Had they really struck 3 times in a row and killed a third friend? Like Shinji said, if they were, that means we now know the identity of all 5 Voids. I don't think it can. I don't think it can be. It's either one of them or none of them. Because, like, I mean, it would also, by Mikado's words, it also wouldn't work if supposedly the plan doesn't work if the Blackened wins. And if they were about to be executed as Blackens, then that would mean, just when we thought we could see the light at the end of the tunnel.
But...
Pardon my interruption, but if I may...
What did you say?
You may shut your mouth and keep the hell out of this!
Time out! Time out!
Let me finish! Good grief, all day long you've been so very mean to me, Mr. Otori. It's enough to make a grown magician cry.
Allow me to explain.
Although I believe that this is something you all will be quite intrigued to hear. You see...
So let me get this straight.
Yeah, they ain't voids. Neither of them. What? What do you mean by that? Of course they are! What gives you the right to...
I'll tip my hat to you.
While I'm not too pleased to have my thunder stolen, Mr. Hashimoto is spot on. The Otonokoji twins have no relation to us voids.
What?
Huh? But the voids were supposed to murder...
You are forgiven.
I understand your confusion, given that the previous murders were all committed by us voids.
Quite exciting.
But a void killing is nothing more than a contingency plan, if you will. As I've stated many times before, all students are eligible to become a murderous Blackened. Then the traitors recruited them! No. Just had to get in another traitor's joke. I've repeated this fact to myself countless times. Anyone can become a murderer. Yeah, that much was obvious from the trial alone. The Voids want to make sure this killing game continues. Ain't no way they'd sign off on a plan so risky. Which meant it had to be someone, or someones in this case, who genuinely wanted out.
How awkward.
Indeed, I was quite perplexed upon learning that it was not one of my fellow Voids behind this killing. Just where the blazes were you, my friends?
What?
What? So, they chose of their own will to murder someone? This definitely, I do like that they're, like, making a note of this. The fact that this is the first time for these characters that someone has actually, like, that someone who isn't a member of, who isn't, like, meant to break any deadlocks chose to kill. And, well, in the same way that, Danganronpa had its whole thing in Chapter 2 about a certain possibility, of becoming reality. Well, we've got it here. 41 people. Holy crap. You guys really do like this trial. But I guess it deserves it. But yeah, as the Grave Mind would say, now the gate has been unlatched. Headstones pushed aside. Corpses shift and offer room. A fate you must abide.
How?
Why? If they weren't a void, then why would they...
That's...
That was our mistake, Yuki. The killers were all voids before because the rest of us had no reason to kill anyone. But this time was different. This time we did have a reason. The motive videos that Mikado gave us. That's right. Even I had forgotten about them. The Blackened of this case gets to not only escape if they win, but they also get to know the ending of their video. The one I saw didn't affect me in any way, but the same can't be said for the others.
Are you for
real?
That's right. Hibiki and Kanade said during the class trial that their parents were in trouble, right? Then that must have been it. That was their motive. God dang it, this is all my fault. I was so focused on the voids that it never even crossed my mind. Mikado! This is all your fault. If you hadn't given us these motives, then... I'll never forgive you!
How annoying.
Yeah, about that... Those videos played no part in why I did any of this. Oh, so she's just actually insane.
The hell?
What? I said Setsuka dying had nothing to do with those boring videos. Sure, maybe that was the case for my sister, but me? I couldn't care less about those things. What? Those things? But they're your family. How can you... My sister is the only family I've got. Have you already forgotten what you proved in the trial? I've been planning a double-blackened murder ever since I learned how these trials work. And yet those videos were distributed only yesterday, right? Your timeline doesn't add up. Then why? Why would you do something so horrible? Yikes, where to begin? Let's see. How about we start with the basics? Everyone, if I could direct your attention to Hibiki for a second. What about her?
Look!
Doesn't something seem a bit off about her? Hibiki, are you okay? Obviously not.
Hey!
Kanade about to be Kanade. Oh no. Hibiki, are you even listening? Just because the trial's over doesn't mean we don't have more questions to ask. Quit it with the silent treatment already. Oh no. Uh-oh. Whoa, is she alright? Oh my god! So cute! Kawaii! What in the fresh hell? What in the fresh hell of Bel Air? Kanade? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to my lifelong project and my true motive for this murder. So, what do you think?
Seriously?
What the heck? What are you talking about?
No?
I'm so confused, my head's practically spinning.
Use your head.
What, you still don't get it? Here, watch. Hibiki, give me your hand.
Also...
Now do a backflip.
Cut it out!
Ah! That scared the life out of me! And finally, say you love me with a big, warm smile. I love you, Kanade! Me too, I love you. I love you too, Hibiki. Remember what we said about Hibiki having zero free will in this? Is she a freaking hypnotist? Is that what's going on?
The hell?
What the fuck is going on? Hibiki? Hibiki, wake up! Hibiki!
Impossible.
Save your breath, Sora. When she's in this state, I'm the only one she'll listen to. How did you do that? Have you hypnotized her? Or maybe you've learned how to mind control people?
Well, that came out of left field, huh?
So that's what I was missing. I still couldn't figure out why the little shit's actions didn't make sense, but I guess I've got my answer now. Shobai, what's going on here?
It's like this.
How do I put this? While the Blackens were officially Kanade and Hibiki Otonakoji, in reality, it was Kanade and Kanade Otonakoji. This is why it's worse than Gonta for real, because at least he technically agreed to it at some point. I feel like I hope this. I feel like we're about to get into like really disturbing territory in a second. More so than we are already. What are you talking about? Stop speaking in riddles and just answer her question.
Piss off.
Why do you always insist on yelling at me? I already gave you your answer. The trial's over, so if you're too thick to get what I'm saying, then that ain't my problem. If you're really that desperate for a different answer, go ask the girl yourself. Well, don't you all agree that my precious toy is oh so adorable? Oh yeah. Kanade, please just help us out and tell us what's really going on here.
Sure.
Oh, I'd be delighted to. We're about to die anyway, and I'd rather all my hard work didn't go unappreciated. Are we about to get, like, serious freaking abuse? There's, like, some abuse story. Let's see. I suppose I should start at the very beginning when Hibiki and I were really young. As you know, we're identical twins. Our mother birthed us only 10 seconds apart from each other. I forget exactly if this was something I instinctively knew at birth, but I was around 3 or 4 years old when I suddenly realized something. In a way, this chapter 3 still has 2 victims and 1 culprit. Okay. I was better than Hibiki in every way.
Good grief.
I assume you're talking about your talents, correct?
Wrong.
Oh, please. Our talents were just the tip of the iceberg. Anything she could do, I could do better. But while I was slowly noticing how superior I was, Hibiki in turn was noticing how inferior she was. That was when the abuse started. No matter what I did, she blamed me for everything. I was so young at the time, I didn't know any better. I never stood up to her, nor fought back. Eventually, I just came to accept that this was how things were going to be. Then one day, our mother intervened and told my sis that she had to play with me for a change. But Hibiki refused. She threw a tantrum and said that she loved Shiro more than me. Who's Shiro? Is that someone in their FTEs? And I remember my world shattering. Those words. They hurt a lot, especially as a kid. Shiro? Who's that? A puppy we used to have as kids. It was a small, loving, white teacup poodle who adored belly rubs and cuddles. Oh, don't tell me she killed the dog.
Sis!
No matter how much abuse Hibiki hurled at me, she was still my sister, and I loved her. More than anything else in the world, I wanted us to get along. But as soon as I learned that my precious sister preferred some petite pooch over me, my entire body froze. I remember looking into Shiro's eyes, and that's when it clicked. As long as he was alive, I was only ever going to be second best. Oh no. So I decided to thin the herd a little and get rid of it. Get rid of it? Like you took it to the pound?
So...
Oh no, I was thinking of something more definitive. The next day, while everyone was out, I butchered Shiro with a kitchen knife and threw its remains down. Oh my fucking hell.
No way.
Lanuge confirmed that nothing would change even if Hibiki didn't abuse her. She's just made like that. Holy fuck. You're kidding me, right?
Hey!
As small and wretched as that thing was, it was still a living creature. That meant I had to cover up a lot of things to not get found out, but somehow it all seemed easy. Probably because I was a genius.
Sis!
After a while, poor little sis began frantically searching for Shiro, but alas, she wasn't able to find it. Of course, that was only natural. What remained of it was probably indistinguishable from sewer sludge by then.
Are you for real?
So you killed your sister's favorite dog just to get close with her? Like hell that would work! You're out of your mind! You're a freak!
Certainly.
I know. As soon as I realized I did something wrong, I actually felt a bit guilty. Future chapters were changed in terms of body discovery. The story stayed the same. So basically, I mean, I've commented on this before. So the body discoveries were always going to be, more brutal, or like on a similar level of brutality. It always starts from small to big. Animals are always most likely to be the first target for the pipeline to start. Yeah, having taken a forensics class and having to learn a bit about, like, the nature of some serial killers, yeah, that's unfortunately very true. Also awful she says it so casually. It's just actually nothing to her. Yeah, I'd say so, Computer. And I like, it seems like this was an attempt to, like, make an actual legit serial killer in training character, basically. Also, point to Lanuge, unlike Korekio, Kanade is treated seriously. Everyone is scared of her. Yeah, honestly, like, this is freaking terrifying. Like, this is, like, arguably this is worse than, say, Junko, because, like, this is actually, like, fairly grounded. Like, the pipeline and what led to this. But the reaction Hibiki showed afterwards soon got rid of any lingering thoughts I had. Instead of blaming me like she always would, she did something she'd never done before. She came to me for help, crying her eyes out. Kanade, help me, what should I do? And that face, it was like an angel, more precious and adorable than anything I'd ever seen.
Also,
Ever since then, she'd become extremely passive and weak whenever she was backed into a corner mentally. And each and every time that happened, she'd cry for help, depending entirely on me.
sister.
That was when I started to train my little Hibiki. Train? Unbeknownst to Hibiki, I broke her down day by day, little by little, in ways she would never realize. All high and mighty, abusing her little sis on a daily basis. She didn't even realize that she was being tormented as well. When Hibiki's in her shocked mental state, her mind becomes so weak that she can't even remember what happened afterwards.
So is Hibiki always like that? Or,
Yeah, I'd say Kokuro's is on a similar level. They have freaking humanity scores? Wow. Just smile at seeing her yell and scream like she's in charge, all the while blissfully unaware of what takes place off stage. It drives me insane! And that's how I slowly but surely morphed Hibiki however I saw fit.
well, it's also just that she comes off as more realistic. Oh no.
It wasn't easy at first. I had to try numerous different methods to find what was most effective.
Please. Did she do this to... So is this what she's done to other people then? Because that sure don't look like Hibiki.
In the end, I learned that eradicating whoever Hibiki held close to her would slowly increase her reliance
She is!
on
She's a
me.
fucking serial killer!
Shiro was only the first of many. For example, there was Hibiki's best friend Ayumi from grade school. Someone pushed her down a flight of stairs. The blow fully paralyzed her, and she's been hospitalized ever since. Your sister Kanade gives me the creeps, Beaky. We should stay away from her. The bitch was practically asking for it. Then there was that middle school homeroom teacher Hibiki had a crush on.
This is the specific of point 2.
He was always so hardworking, so I tried to help him out by filling his veins with muscle relaxant and burying him alive.
My god. The main reason I argue for Kanade being worse is Kanade would do all the same things Junko did if it benefited her, and she has even less justification, for lack of a better word, for it.
I'm sure that perverted pedophile had indecent thoughts towards my precious sis. I hope he died painfully and slowly. If Hibiki knew what I had done for her, she'd be thanking me. Even Melody Rhythm brought its fair share of troubles. The recording engineer, the makeup coordinator, manager, every single one of them. They all just got in the way. So I got rid of them. Poor little sis. Her mind's become so fragile that even the smallest things can send her off the deep end. And right into my arms.
No way.
No way. You're saying that... Also, there was a line from Kanade in Chapter 2, "This isn't how Hibiki's supposed to be," and you now get why she said that. Oh. Wow. Some payment for your pain. Also, go look back at her 4th free time event sometime. It's incredibly written when you have all this context. Oh, thank you for the donations, Simputer. Thank you. Most unrealistic thing about this chapter isn't even the murder plan, but how she didn't get arrested after so many people close to her died. Yeah, I guess I wasn't completely off with the Mikon thing. Satsuka this wasn't the first time you've...
This can't be...
You can't be serious.
Hey.
Yeah, what's your body count? Well, I don't keep track of everyone I kill. I guess around 60? Damn. Alright, you win.
It's obvious.
Alright, you win, Canada. I mean, it's come to a point where I just get rid of everyone acquainted with Hibiki. How in the world did you not get arrested for all this?
It is what it is.
I don't know, really. Either I'm just that smart or cops are just that dumb. Honestly, I'd say a bit of both.
Impossible.
Which is why this feels so weird. After all those perfect plans, this is where I finally fail.
What?
So that's it. That's why you killed Setsuka? Because she was friendly with your sister? Oh, it didn't have to be Setsuka specifically. My target was always going to be whoever got closest with Hibiki. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it satisfying. That girl really pissed me off. Anything that could help undo all the work that I put into training Hibiki must be eliminated.
You!
Why? Why are you so obsessed with Hibiki? Why? That's a pretty redundant question, don't you think? After all, do people really need a reason to love someone? I love Hibiki. I love Hibiki more than anything else in the whole world. Don't act like you wouldn't have done the same if you were in my shoes.
I'm kidding!
You're crazy! You're insane!
Damn it!
60 would put her in like the top 20 of recorded serial killers. Yeah. Oof. Also, Kanade knew a lot about anesthetic in Chapter 1. I wonder why. Yeah. Kinji with Utsuro versus hypothetical Kinjo with Kanade. This is sick to the core. I'm done listening. I'm not wasting any sympathy on you. From the bottom of my heart, I hope you burn in hell.
Hold it right there.
Hold on a minute, Miss Kanade. Just how does this story relate to Miss Hibiki's current, predicament?
I'm sorry.
Family court, private court, Supreme Court, Lakers in 5. I forgot that's what we were talking about. Also, the fact that she did this in, like, she's, what, 16? 18? So, like, yeah, that call it efficiency. I forgot that's what we were talking about. Let's see. I guess it was around that time I made sushi out of our coordinate. What the fuck? When Hibiki realized our coordinator had gone missing, she came to me in tears.
Yes.
But this time something else happened. One minute she was bawling, and then the next, it suddenly all stopped. Her eyes became vacant and her face emotionless. She was completely catatonic.
So...
And when I called out to her, she started to do everything I told her to, word for word. Small plot hole, but how did Kokoro not figure out something was wrong with her? Surely she must have had at least a bit of suspicion. Yeah. Yeah, if she was older, that body count would be like 100. She claims to love Hibiki, but it's clear Kanade hates her sister's actual personality and only loves her as an extension of herself. Again, extreme narcissist. God, do you think Kanade ate her coordinator, or did she feed it to Hibiki? Or both? Actually, to be honest, I feel like I probably know what the answer is. And when I called out to her, she started to do everything I told her to, word for word. No complaints, no reactions. It was as if I was controlling a character in a game. That might have been the happiest moment of my life. For Kokoro, I believe Lanuge has said Kokoro would have realized something was wrong with her if they'd spent more time together. Yeah, I'm willing to accept that. It's just being controlled by my words. Just thinking of it makes me... Unfortunately, the state didn't last too long, and she was back to herself soon enough. Corlinium, can you guess Kanade's placement in the SDRA2 popularity poll Lanuge did? I feel like she's either first or last, no in between. But I'd seen enough and knew what my new goal was to be. The next time I caused her to snap from shock, the trance lasted longer. And the time after that, longer still. Until eventually we reach the present day where I have been able to master the ability to take her in and out of this state whenever I so desire. Second place, wow. I can't speak to the control in her part, but if you give someone enough messed up events, you can eventually break them into a stasis of complete detachment. Wow. How'd they get famous if she killed anyone that close to them? Wouldn't they have had a bad reputation around them in the industry? I'm guessing they just chose people that didn't get close to Hibiki at all. Would it start as a bid to make her reliant on me and beautifully blossomed into making her an unknowing extension of me? All that was left for me was to remove her own agency entirely and make her a mindless puppet that would happily cater to my every whim.
How annoying.
It sucks as well, because I really do think I was on the verge of reaching that. Maybe 1 or 2 more deaths after this, and I'd finally have it. Such a shame.
I tip my hat to you.
I see. So that's why Mr. Hashimoto said the culprit was Miss Kanade and Miss Kanade again. Miss Kanade used this puppet version of Miss Hibiki to act as her duplicate in order to commit a perfect crime.
Hold on.
How far back does this go? For today, I mean. When did you put her in this state? I heard the human brain is the most delicate organ because how easily you can break it mentally. Yeah. It arguably it's like the strongest and weakest thing. Actually, now that I think about it, who came in last on... Did Yuri come in last on the popularity poll? And if not, who did? Unless they're a spoiler character. Was she already like this when we met her this morning?
Wait.
No, she was still herself back then. Ever since this killing game started, I've been biding my time, just waiting for the moment where Hibiki's mind had reached its breaking point.
It's obvious.
But as soon as we got that motive video of our parents being attacked, I knew it was time. With my plan already prepared, all that was left was to set it into motion. Your plan?
By the way...
Now that you've all voted, I might as well come clean on this part. Remember those blood packs? Well, I had one other use for them.
This is...
What?
Also...
Emma came last. Huh. But yeah, the fact that Mikado is, like, left stunned by her is something. And I mean, I think it makes sense, because, like, the Voids have to have some level of humanity, surely, if they... Like, there's clearly some reason that the Voids are doing this, and... Like, Mikado are, evidently Mikado definitely cares a lot about this plan, and seems to actually, like, grieve the, people he's, like, the associates, we'll call them, that he's losing. Your earlier deductions weren't wrong. I did in fact wake up early and called Setsuka to the pool, where I then ambushed her from behind and knocked her out. But after that, I then poured blood from one of those packs all over her unconscious body to make it look like she was dead. Why would you do that?
Obvious.
Because I knew that would be the trigger that would turn Hibiki into a puppet. I called Hibiki out to the pool straight away, making sure she used my e-handbook plus to get in. Poor Hibiki walked right in on what she thought was a real crime scene.
Indeed.
Put yourself in her shoes for a second. How would you react if you just watched a video of your parents getting attacked, only to see your best friend's bloody corpse the very next morning?
Certainly.
As someone who's controlled her mental state for years, I knew for a fact that it would send her over the edge. I've practically got it down to a fine art, knowing her tolerance level and what would be needed to make her catatonic. Her mom, her dad, her best friend, all gone in less than a day. The scream that she let out was so primal, so broken. I'm getting chills just remembering it. If Hajime or Emma were still alive, how would they react to this? I love how we even saw Kanade snap Hibiki back to reality way before this. Hajime has void theater to get developed post-mortem, while Yuri has redacted.
Oh.
So when Mr. Hashimoto mused of a potential discrepancy when the blood present at the ghost house and the amount of blood packs taken, this both confirms and explains that.
Forgive you.
How could you? Controlling someone like a puppet, she's her sister! Kokoro that low does kind of surprise me, but I guess she wasn't there for that long. She's more of a plot device. You know, she's in a similar vein to Yamato. Oh yeah, Hajime definitely would be like... God, Hajime would probably be beating the crap out of her right now. Oh, please. Do you really think my brainless sister would have been of any use to me here if I didn't take control of her? Monochrome was more popular than Hajime, Hibiki, Kokoro, Yuri, and Emma. Why is Hibiki so low? Like, I know that she's been, like... I get that, like, she probably... That after this, she arguably she maybe comes across as less of a character, but I certainly don't think so. Hibiki's too boring to want to kill someone. She never would have agreed otherwise.
Sister!
I did this all for Hibiki. She did say that she wanted to leave this island after all.
How annoying.
But now she never will, thanks to all of you. Does Hibiki know any of this?
Use your head.
Of course not. When she's like this, her mind is as good as asleep. She won't have the faintest memory of anything that's happened since she snapped. But Hibiki still cared about you and loved you more than anyone. Kanade owns the Koji as a human being and as family. You really are the worst. Judge me all you want, I don't care. People come in all different shapes and sizes after all. It's not like I expected you guys to understand me anyway. Oh yeah, what void, oh yeah, like, I mean, Korekio, God, assuming Korekio was actually a victim of abuse, this probably is, God, this makes that look, not to even, like, what, Junko I think would like. Junko I think would... I guess Junko would simultaneously like and hate it. Like it for inflicting, like, the despair, but also dislike how it brings Kanade happiness. It's not like I expected you guys to understand me anyway.
Hey.
Yo, fatal attraction. Not that it matters now, but let me ask you something.
Alright.
You fessed up towards the end of the trial, right? You've clearly proven that you've got the smarts, so why not fight back? Now what's he on about?
Are you serious?
Feels kinda off if you ask me. Unlike the two before her, this trial ended because she forfeited, not because we beat her. Hell, even I hadn't considered that whole double blacken part. That was all albino girl. You still could have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Maybe, but I'd rather keep my dignity than kick and scream until the end. There it is, her perfectionism. Will you give your thoughts about this chapter after you finish this? Yeah, I will, though I don't know how long it'll, I don't know how long it'll be, because it is quite late. Kyoko would probably be the most emotional she'd ever possibly be if she were in this trial. Last thing I'll say, I can't chat, it impresses me how Lanuge managed to give an organic human thought process to a character who's so inhuman. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I'm not really... I will say there is, like, I will say there's one, like, well, no, I'm not trying, I mean, I am liking this, despite how depraved it is, but there is, like, it's not necessarily, there is one character who might actually, like, who maybe is, like, more, who maybe, like, as a person is debatably better, but in terms of what they do, or at least what they plans to do, like, they not only had, like, a human thought process, but also the results of what would have happened had their plans succeeded, I mean, potentially would have been an extinction level event, despite not wanting that to happen at all. If anyone wants, I'll say, like, what game it's from. And to be honest, it is one of those things that you kind of have to read between the lines for. I mean, even I didn't really consider it at the time. But, well, at least not, like, the ramifications, not to the fullest extent, but yeah. No, it's not in Danganronpa at all. It has nothing to do with Danganronpa. There's another character. It's from a fairly recent game as well. As soon as people started talking about a double blackened murder, it was game over for me. Besides, I wanted to see Hibiki's despair. What even were her parents then to have a daughter like this? Well, usually the answer is something like incest, or they're elderly. Despair. Honestly, looking back, I have no regrets with my life. I've already played with my sister to my heart's content. Of course, escaping this island and being together with a completely puppetified Hibiki does sound tempting. But nothing beats my desire to watch Hibiki's face full of despair. And not just any despair, the one you feel when you're moments from death itself. The one just before her precious life ends. The one that she'll take to her deathbed. The one gripe I have with my little puppet Hibiki is that her face is too predictable, which just makes it feel fake and inauthentic. If she didn't horrify me, I'd say Kanade possibly equals me in mental abilities. What do you mean if she didn't horrify you? Like what does that mean? So if I switch her back at the last minute, I'll get to see the real Hibiki's terror, her horror, her despair. Just the thought of it makes me So excited. Yo, albino. Are you talking to me?
This is stupid.
Do something about this, will ya? This chick's too crazy, even by my standards. You're good at wrapping this stuff up, right? What do you mean by... But when I looked around, everyone was doing what they could to avoid looking at Kanade. And frankly, I couldn't blame them. To call her explanation insane didn't even come close to scratching the surface.
I'm not... Okay, the character I'm thinking of, they're not a Danganronpa character, they're not a Fangan character, they're not from any... They're not even from, like, they're not even from a Japanese... They're not from a Danganronpa-inspired game at all. That said, if you are a Danganronpa fan and, like, are a fan of mystery games, you might be able to figure out who I'm talking about. Yeah, motive-wise, it is the opposite of Kinji. Like, Kinji, you know, he's still, Kinji also admitted that, like, he committed a sin. And, you know, he made no attempts to, like, try and justify what he did. No, it's not a Zero Escape either. I said it wasn't, it's not a Japanese game either. Even authors of horror or thriller would have had a tough time devising something this messed up. I don't want to say it, but I mean, I would say Gilding the Lily, but no, that you're not. No, they're not from a live action show. They're from a video game. They're from a mystery game, but it's not Danganronpa or Zero Escape or I, the Somnium Files or any other Japanese game. To know you were sharing the same air as this degenerate monster made you want to throw up. Kanade Otonokoji, the classmate who we'd once thought of as our friend. This was her true self. And yet somehow she still wasn't done yet. I guess then we shall proceed to the trial's conclusion?
Wait.
Huh? Oh wait, just a moment, Monocro. I forgot to mention I found this while rummaging through a certain someone's belongings.
Huh?
Would you care to explain what that is?
Look!
This is a note that I found inside Setsuka's pockets when I killed her. Oh, is that what she was going to tell us? I was so busy with the plan that I didn't have time to read the details, but the fact that she had it on her body probably means that it contains something important, right? Setsuka, read it to us now!
Wait.
Hold on, let me just...
Huh?
Oh no. What? What does it say? What does it say? Well. Wow, do I feel bad for you guys. Immortality, I haven't heard of it, no. I haven't heard of that game. Is it on Steam?
Hey!
Would you just tell us already?
Say...
Mikado, are you sure you'll be alright?
Huh?
Oh yeah, Golem, if you're still watching, like, suddenly, like, I'm not, again, not saying I'll join them, but suddenly, Void, this, I feel... But, okay, Golem, by the way, if you're listening, don't take this as a job application to Void, but, this was definitely a good reminder that Void, that there's definitely far lower you can go than Void from the sound of it, assuming that they're all affected by this. It's on Steam and mobile Netflix. Excuse me, I'm afraid I don't follow. Well, it's just that. You Voids sure have a tough road ahead of you as well. Kanade, what is that note?
Indeed.
This is a will written by Setsuka.
Huh?
A will? From Setsuka?
Also...
It has deep sales frequency. I don't know. Oh, like it goes on sale often. And like I assume you mean it goes on sale for a lot and frequent, and like it does so frequently. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be buying it this Steam sale. I've got way too much of a backlog to work through, which to lighten the tone a bit, if you guys want me to stream like my backlog as well, or parts of it, I'd be happy to do that. I have plenty of games that I could use that for. I can even like write up a list of all the ones that would that would make sense for it. It seems like in the event that someone killed her, she kept a log of all the information that she gathered and learned on her own, like an insurance policy. So she... Okay, so that's it then. She's more like boss than I thought.
Huh?
Information? I don't remember Setsuka ever telling us about that. She must have discovered something. I don't know why she didn't tell us sooner, but she must have found something big. Come to think of it, she'd been acting weird ever since we had arrived on the third island.
Look.
Hi... Oh yeah, I know who you are. Hi, Wizard. Yeah, if that's some... I guess I can just leave, like, a list of the games that would be open for that, and just let you guys decide from there if any of them sound interesting. Or maybe we'll do that after SDRA2 is done. You're right. She did talk like something was up back when the motive was revealed as well.
Huh?
My, this really is big news. She kept all this to herself?
Hey!
Well, what does it say? Just tell us already! Oh, I'm so sorry, but... You little bitch.
I think some things are best left in the dark. Don't you?
Can someone...
So I'll be taking
Can someone punch your
to
pilot...
my
Can someone punch your pilot light out?
No! Her will! It's... Somebody stop her! We need that info!
We're too late! A note as small as that burns out in a matter of seconds!
You? What the hell do you think you're doing?
Nikkei, there's nothing... Well, actually, no, there's... I know the whole violence against students thing.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm burning up any chance you have of taking down Mikado. I'm about to die, aren't I? Why should I care what happens to you guys next? Or what? Were you expecting some sort of touching moment? Take this. I leave this up to you. As if. Unfortunately, I'm not that good of a person. Not to mention how much I despise each and every one of you. You all screwed me and my perfect plan over, and I don't take kindly to losing. Consider this payback.
She... Okay, I know that she wouldn't care, but she should consider herself very lucky that there's a rule against violence between students that isn't without intent to kill.
I told you at the end of the trial, didn't I? Even if you vote correctly, I'll still emerge as the victor. Oh no. Now all of Setsuka's hard work was for nothing.
Hi, Tyler Blocks.
Oopsie.
Which sentence was genuine? No! It's already turned to ash! Oh god, please, no. No, 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 no! My. You're being awfully persistent, Nikkei. Honestly, I kind of like that she's rage baiting us like this. Unlike Celeste, she's straight up being petty to the end. Well, I think with Celeste it makes sense. With Celeste, I think it makes sense, and it kind of leans into the fact that turns out she isn't, like, despite all of her lies, despite all her lies and, you know, grandeur, Celeste, like, was at least willing to go out on, well, her own terms to an extent. Couldn't they just run towards her and grab that piece of paper? Well, you have to understand, Someone and Someone. There's this little game called Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, and whenever it's critical that the main character learns information, the characters will immediately be jumping upon them if they try to escape where they're coming from. Whereas if someone's out the door, or if it's anyone else going out the door, and then that doesn't happen. The strict security only applies to strict security. The strict security only applies to the strict security only applies to the protagonist, so yeah. Boy, do I wonder what's caused that. And when, by the way, remember how Kinji's a priest in the killer of Chapter 3 of DRA 1? Well, try and remember the name of this chapter. Oh, and by the way, from what I heard, Kanade hates holy water. Oh, jeez. So, I mean, to be honest, we'd probably need... Honestly, I don't think Kinji, like, giving... I don't think Kinji would be enough. You'd need Mikako at this... You'd need Mikako, too. Just to exercise... Just to banish her from wherever she came from. You little... Yorko, calm down. Violence is against the rules. No, fuck that, Sora. Fuck her. Not literally. Now I can finally die without any regrets. Okay, Monocro, let's get to it. I'm sure you prepared a wonderful and fitting execution for me and Hibiki. Also, nothing stops you from being lit on fire. What do you mean? What do you mean nothing stops you from being lit on fire? Like, are you saying that, like, she, like, tried to light whoever attacks her on fire with a freaking lighter? Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how hard that is IRL, and I mean, I guess you could. I guess you wouldn't put it past her to do it. Now, hold on. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there's still some things left to do.
Not so fast.
Have you all forgotten? The Blackened of this class trial has the right to know the ending of their motive video, regardless of the results. The execution comes after that.
How annoying.
She hates the holy water as a gift, and funny because I'm pretty sure that gift is tap water, just like in Kinji's free time events. She was holding a lighter. Get close. She could also set you on fire. Okay, but like it's not like she. Okay, but it's not like she has a Okay, but it's not like she has a freaking knife or something. It's not like she has a flamethrower. Like she's not gonna be a. Like maybe if someone like Yoriko goes for her, especially with that bow around her, but someone like Shinji, like I'm not buying for a second that Kanade could beat Shinji in a fight. All right. I don't buy that for a second. DRA 3 was a good case. What are you talking about? Please, let's just skip the boring preamble and get on with the main events. While you may feel that way, surely your sister Hibiki gets a say in this matter as well. This class trial acknowledges both of you as Blackens, meaning that both parties are at liberty to see the contents of their respective videos. Fortunately, though, it just so happens that your two motive videos are identical, so this shan't take long. How's the flying V guitar devil? How's the flying V guitar devil thing? Is it because of like the tridents they usually have? I guess it wouldn't hurt to let poor sis know what really happened to her parents before her death. If I remember correctly, Kanade is quite weak physically. Yeah, so like I understand the concern, but like also the flame wouldn't be that like it's not like it's not like she has a freaking flamethrower. Kanade couldn't beat Shinji or most others in a fair fight, but she would also make any fight unfair. Well, it's not unfair. She has it's not what does she have aside from the lighter? What does she have that would make this fight unfair? A fight against any of these people unfair? Like what on earth would she like? I'm sorry. I know I'm probably harping on about this. I just kind of hate like. I just tend to not like when characters are just absurdly, like, powerful and basically get off scot-free, basically. I hope I'm not, like, being too much of a... I hope I'm not being too, I don't know, much of a stick in the mud. And that's good writing. They actually hard commit to the tragedy. No, I understand that. I understand that. Like, I guess it's just the sense of, like... I'm not even saying that, like... I don't know, like, I don't have a problem with the writing, I just don't like this, I don't like this idea of, like, oh, Kanade's fucking invincible just because she has a lighter in her hands.
Huh?
Kanade? Is this the class trial room? Hey, sis. Okay, so long story short, we're about to be executed. But on the bright side, we get to see the ending of our motive video. Yeah, that's fair. That's fine. Like, that's not my complaint. My complaint is, like, whoever... My complaint is that, like, if you... And I'm not even saying that this is what Golem or whoever it said it was, that like, Kanade could... Like, I don't deny that Kanade probably could try to set someone on fire with a lighter, but, like, there's no way she... Like, even one-on-one, she wouldn't, she's not going to, like... beat you're not gonna beat someone in a fight by setting them on fire with a lighter, especially if they're physically stronger than you.
Die? Me? It's okay.
Oh, sorry, Computer. Don't you remember? We both killed Setsuka and we lost the class trial.
No, that can't be. I would never. Why would I get executed when I did nothing wrong?
Kanade was a metal player, a genre that's known to be loud and drown out. Hibiki was Miku, a musician who requires being controlled to sing. Oh man. That's detail. It takes a lot of effort to set someone on fire with a little lighter. Yeah, I was gonna say that. She doesn't have... Like, it's a freaking oil lighter. It's like just a little flint striker or something. Or like the kind you get at a convenience store, presumably. Maybe you're maybe you're like the kind you get when you go camping. But like, it's not a fucking flamethrower.
Please don't. I don't want to die.
Come now, little one, don't cry. Your friends wouldn't wish to see such, would they? Now eyes up and focus on the screen. As per procedure, it is required that you watch this video. Yeah, it caused some burns, but it by no means, means that they can get... Wait, why am I the one consoling her?
Sis, aren't you curious about who really attacked Mom and Dad?
Yeah, I know violence is against the rules, but like no one... But like, you know, it's possible someone has a gut reaction. I really just think it comes down to they simply didn't. Yeah, I'm not complaining about that. I'm not complaining about why they didn't try to, like, confront her, to like, take it from her. Like that's fine. It's just this idea that, like, the lighter is enough to keep people away.
At least we get the chance to know who did it. Or would you rather just die now without knowing what happened?
Well, she doesn't seem like she's fine, does she? Nevertheless... Here we go. Yeah, that's fine. Like, again, it's attacking people, not the, The huge screen over our heads showed a video of a couple looking to be around their mid-40s or 50s getting stabbed repeatedly by someone. I gotta admit, I'd confused that there wasn't at least a small part of, like, say, Nikkei trying to attack Kanade and Shinji holding him back, for example. That could have been something. The man seemed like he was already dead, with blood spewing out of his throat like a fountain. The woman also seemed to be moments before death. She was desperately trying to stop her intestines from falling out as she pleaded for her life. Oh my god. Okay, at least there's some restraint, not showing that. Jeez.
No, Mom, Dad.
Let me explain.
This video is a first-person perspective recording from the very person that murdered the Otonokoji's parents. Being recorded on a cheap camcorder, the quality isn't quite something to write home about, but...
No way!
I can't watch anymore.
There's no use.
This is too horrible.
Darn it!
Monocro, Mikado, who are you guys? How'd you get the footage of the twins' parents getting murdered? No, not just that. Even the motive videos in general. How did you get your hands on those?
Good grief.
I feel like she talks so much that everyone else's reaction was kind of glossed over. That section would have dragged on for too long otherwise. Yeah, that's probably why. And I'll say more about this after we're done here, which means we're probably gonna hit 5 hours. Well, do I really need to answer that? No, I think not. Huh? Wait a minute. Now for the climax. The identity of the assailant will now be revealed. I'm sure you're curious more than ever, dear Kanade and Hibiki.
Now.
So pay close attention, as our mystery assailant was none other than... Oh no. Is it Kanade? With the couple now laying there, dead, the assailant could be heard breathing heavily, looking to and fro. It was as if they were looking for something. We all watched as this mystery assailant wandered around the room before finally stopping in front of a full-body mirror. And looking back into the mirror was this mysterious assailant, along with a horrifying truth. horrifying truth of who is looking into this mirror. The horrifying truth of who had savagely murdered Hibiki and Kanade's parents was that it was none other than Kanade herself.
Wait!
What? Kanade? What's going on?
What?
You even killed your own parents. This is a joke, right? Kanade, tell me it's not true. It was you. You killed Mom and Dad. But how? I trusted you all this time. So then what's... Okay, not gonna lie, I actually... For some reason, I actually thought that, like, they were gonna show it was Setsuka for some reason, but, like, why would that be the case?
Wrong.
Mikado, would you care to explain this video? Because I never murdered my parents. I'll admit that, yes, that's definitely our house. And yes, I plan to do that as the last straw for breaking Hibiki.
Maybe.
But that's all it ever was. A plan. I decided to hold off until Hibiki was further gone than she is now.
You see.
I'm afraid I cannot shed complete light over this, as it is Mr. Monocro who's chaperoning this field trip of mutual killing. So wait, Kanade was planning to kill their parents? Is that it? But I can say with absolute certainty that each and every one of the videos distributed were in no way doctored or fabricated in any way, shape, or form. Maybe it's Mikado. I mean, maybe it's Mikado with an illusion, but I feel like they're... I don't know, I feel like they're... My first gut reaction is to say Mikado just freaking used an illusion, but no, I think there's got to be a better answer than that. Hibiki really going through it. I don't know how she didn't get a heart attack. I don't think the average person would be able to handle so much mental strain in such a short amount of time. This I swear to you on my magician's oath. Well, nobody gives a shit about your oath, so that doesn't mean much.
Time out. Time
Ouch! I get that you're angry, but to make such a personal attack on my honor, or why? How could you? Wait a minute. Oh. So that's it. That's what this all means, huh? Incredible. Oh my god, I never would have figured this one out if it weren't for this. You guys are insane.
What?
What's up with her? Wow. So this changes everything. To tell you the truth, I'm a little upset now to be checking out so soon. I'd give to see the fall when the cat's finally out of the bag.
Oh.
With the assailants now unveiled, the video ends here. And not a moment too soon, as it seems Miss Kanade has had quite the revelation.
Don't worry.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to say anything. That would take all the fun out of it. Hibiki and I will be taking this secret to our graves.
Very well.
Students, I apologize for my interruption, but you should know that it is long past midnight. It's actually past midnight as I'm recording this. Well, I imagine that you all benefit from a good night's sleep, no? So let us finally put an end to this lengthy trial. I've dreamed of this moment so many times, but to think that it's finally here. Come on, sis. It's time for the big finale. Scream until your lungs give out and cry until you can cry no more. Show me your rawest despair. No, don't come any closer, you monster. Okay, yeah, I was hoping that this would, like, make Hibiki, like, reject her. I don't want to die. Why should I be the one to go? She's the one who did it. I didn't do anything wrong. I don't even know what happened. Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment for our dual blackens. Hibiki Otonokoji, the ultimate vocalist, and Kanade Otonokoji, the ultimate guitarist. I said don't come any closer! Someone help me! Where's Soka? I need Soka! Since we are in the unusual position of having two blackens, you shall both face the same execution simultaneously.
It's punishment time.
Now, let's do this.
It's punishment time.
The twins have been found guilty. I think Kanade's like I think Kanade's celebrating. Was that Kanade's sprite like celebrating? only one lives. Oh. Melody Rhythm, final concert. Final death concert. What? Is she... Oh my god. Holy... Sorry, which one died first? Hibiki or Kanade? Even in her final moments, that girl died laughing. To say that she sent shivers down my feathers would be a gross understatement. Hibiki and Kanade were gone, executed right in front of us. The third-class trial, the third execution, and so our numbers decreased once more. So how did Hibiki, how did Kanade, like, Hibiki got her head ripped off, but how'd Kanade die? Did she just asphyxiate? Even though the execution had ended, nobody spoke a word. Had Kanade's unsettling delight at her sister's decapitation forced us into silence? Hibiki was the one who reached the key and beat Kanade with the microphone. Oh, I thought that was the other way around. Fun fact, you're conscious for about 30 seconds if your head is ripped off, so I imagine Hibiki had a horrific face and Kanade was the one to see it. Okay. Or had the weight of 3 trials and the resulting bouts of despair finally driven all life and energy out of us? Honestly, at this point, I didn't even know where to begin. Shobai? Where are you going?
Go away.
Trial's over, right? That means we're free to go. And quit talking to me like I'm your friend. What, did you think this trial changed anything? We had a mutual goal of winning the trial. Trial's over, we won, status quo continues. That means no bothering me. Capiche? I've got a business deal for you that you may like, Shobai. Maybe later, though.
Crap!
Dang it!
No good.
Kanade was a real piece of work that deserved to die.
I messed up.
But Hibiki... If what Kanade said was true, that she pretty much just used an unknowing Hibiki as a tool. Should have done something. Anything. Maybe then none of this would have happened in the first place. Oh, the platform gave way. Oh, the platform fell out from under them. Kanade suffered the method of execution Japan reserves for the death penalty. Wow. I was too weak again. Damn it. Damn it. Nikkei.
Incredible.
Miss Kanade Otonokoji. Truly one of a kind. To not have had her as one of my voids is quite the missed opportunity. I sincerely hope that the remaining 2 were able to learn a thing or two from her.
Listen here.
I honestly don't even have the strength to yell at you right now. Please just leave us be.
Huh?
Oh dear, did I hurt your feelings? My most profound apologies. Yeah, you're right, Tyler Blocks. Beating this trial doesn't feel like a win. It's... I mean, it's definitely, definitely fits the vibe of, the Chapter 3 trials usually being a low point morally, like, in terms of morale. But this, like, I think this really hammers it in. In that case, perhaps you want to get some sleep, Mr. Kasai. As Mr. Monocro said, it's become terribly late. In fact, the same applies to all of you. Please do rest.
Careful now.
I, for one, could certainly do with a period of solitude. This whole affair has upset me so. Although I imagine for another reason entirely. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Now then, if you'll excuse me. She does get defeated, though, and her ego is very much bruised. I guess so, but man, I would have... I don't know. Like, I think that... I don't know, man, like, she deserved far worse in term... Kanade, I'm gonna say it, Kanade deserved far worse for what she did. Like in terms of narrative consequences. Like she needed... Like, I wanted to, I don't know, I feel like you could have, like, maybe dialed up her, I feel like you could have dialed up, her getting embarrassed, like, being utterly embarrassed, and still had this, and still not lost anything from the sheer terror of everything. The only thing, the execution is supposed to represent how only one of the twins is in control of their relationship with the chains and stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Let's think positively, everyone. Teruya's right. Kanade sucked. Who needs her? I mean, really, can you imagine having to live with someone like that? No, thank you. It must have been rough for Hibiki to have her as a sister. I thought you liked Kanade Iroha. You depended on her to do all the heavy lifting in the class trials? At least Hibiki gets to attack Kanade in the execution, so that's... yeah, that's true. Yeah, Kanade... Yeah, Hibiki, like, at least... I am glad that Hibiki ultimately, like, rejected Kanade just completely, and that the revelation of this, like, broke whatever... Honestly, I'm actually wondering, had Hibiki gotten to survive... I actually wonder if Hibiki survived, that actually would have, like, if Kanade would have, like, if Kanade would have, like, lost her grip over her. Like, it probably wouldn't be immediate, but I feel like Kanade would ultimately lose her grip over her after that came out. Okay, well, that was before she turned out to be a total psycho. Besides, you're plenty smart and so is Shobai. All we need to do is make sure that nobody kills again, and everything will be fine. Oh yeah, like, I mean, Emma and Hajime definitely did bad stuff as well, and we also don't know, like, what they did as part of Void. I disagree, it may seem good for her, but having to hurt her sister like that was just additional pain for her. Yeah. I think this is the only time an execution flat out deceives someone apart from Kirumi's. I think so, yeah. So let's turn those frowns upside down. You think this is funny? In a cosmic sort of way, yes.
Are you for real?
Well, Miss Funny Man, is this how you get your sick kicks? What, it's just a normal painting? Oh my goodness! Don't you get it? It was all for nothing. We went through all that shit in the trial just now, only to find out that the Voids weren't involved at all. Kanade wasn't a Void. Setsuka's groundbreaking findings died with her. There's still 3 Voids left. There were 15 of us when this started. 16 if you count Teruya. And we're down to 9. That's nearly half, Iroha. And you're telling us to think positively? You didn't have to say it like that. I was only trying to cheer everyone up. Not only that, Kanade might as well have just been... If this were like a Traitors TV show, like, Kanade basically... I mean, obviously this is far removed from the Traitors, but Kanade would have basically been... someone who the Traitors recruit to join them. Wake up and face reality, Iroha. There's no hope for any of us left. What's the point in it all? Yuki, calm down. Taking it out on Iroha won't accomplish anything. We're all in the same boat. I mean, to be honest, there's no escaping the executions. So, like, I'm sure the poll would fucking drop too or something.
Big bro.
Hey, big bro. I prefer it over going for catharsis way more. From a writing perspective because it sets the tone for the rest of the game. But yeah, it's really screwed up that only Kanade leaves this room happy. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if I will say if this was close, like, I think this goes over better than Junko's execution because, like, at least this doesn't take place at the end of the game.
Yeah?
Huh? What is it? You said you weren't going to let anyone else die, right?
Hey!
Well, you failed. 3 more people are dead. Maybe try a little harder next time, okay?
Hey!
Yuki! Freedom from the abuse, freedom from the worst death of the 2 options. What? Oh, yeah. Why is he like that? And what gives him the right to be so mean to me? Freedom of her head from her body. Jeez. I'm under a lot of stress right now, so... Iroha, with all due respect, would it kill for you to read the mood for once? But... You're right. I'm sorry. Shinji, why did you let Yuki talk to you like that?
I want to die.
Because he's right. I gave you all my word, but I failed to keep it. I can't blame him for being so mad with me. Ugh, I'm so useless.
Look.
Sora, how did we get here? Why is all this stuff happening to us? What did we do to deserve all this? I can't keep doing this. I'm so tired.
We can't give up.
Don't worry, guys. Teruya?
Leave it to me.
I'll save you all and find a way out. It's my duty as an executive of the Kisaragi Foundation. As long as the Kisaragi Foundation exists, despair will never truly win. I'll find out who's behind this and put a stop to it all.
I promise it.
Well, apparently being hung is, like, way worse than, like, dying by a stabbing. Or like hanging is one of the worst ways to die, basically. This I swear to you on those I've lost. I'll protect you no matter the cost. No matter the cost. After Teruya left, the rest of us slowly piled out in time. I mean, honestly, what would have made you happy? Well, like, Kanade being forced to have screams of terror, basically. Well, Kanade being forced to actually let out screams of terror and, like, being, and any joy she had turning to ashes in her mouth, basically. Hanging takes a long time, too. It's not instant. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm, like... I'm not saying that, like, I'm unhappy with the conclusion. It's fine. At what point is what Kanade did to others considered fair with a punishment of her death? Yeah. No. I'm gonna say no, Io, because remember the fact that they've got luck on their side. And it's better to be lucky and like Kanade's good, but as they say, it's better to be lucky than good. Yoriko's soft sobs, Iroha's nervous fidgeting, and Shinji's pensive looks. None of us spoke a word in the elevator back to the Mono Cruise. Somehow this class trial felt more draining than the previous two combined. Also, like, consider that they have Rei and Tsurugi. Yeah, I get that. I'm not knocking the writing's computer. I'm not trying to say that this is bad. Somehow, this class trial felt more draining than the previous two combined. And it doesn't look like any of this will be stopping anytime soon. What are we going to do? Yeah, I know. But, like... I guess it's just one of those things that, like, that is ultimately just going to be looked at, like, over time. I mean, it kind of reminds me of, one of those it reminds me of, like, even if it doesn't quite make sense with how the series ended up being, compared to when the game was first released, compared to where the series is now, like, one of, like, the one Metal Gear Solid, codec factor, Rei and Tsurugi absolutely would have been able to... I think Rei and Tsurugi definitely would have solved this case easily. No, I'm pretty sure Rei and Tsurugi... No, I think Rei and Tsurugi would have solved it. Unless there's, like, word of God that they wouldn't have, which, to be honest, I'm not sure I believe. I think they'd be able to... I think Rei would at least be able to... At the very least, I think Rei would have been able to think of it. The first thing I did after getting to my room was throw myself onto the bed. I was so tired I couldn't even find the strength to take a shower or change into something more comfortable. In fact, I couldn't find the strength to do much anymore. I could tell I was nearing my breaking point. I was trying to stay strong for everyone else, but I wasn't sure how much longer I could even keep that up. I wanted to sob and scream into my pillow until I passed out. Teruya's awesome. What are you complaining for? Fun time. reality felt so painful right now. Also, like, arguably, as a person, Teruya is probably the best of them. Yorgo's words kept echoing inside my head. Why was all this stuff happening to us? What did we do to deserve all this? Was this some sort of retribution for something we'd done? Were we being punished for our sins? I had no idea. Tsurugi only falters when the killer's motives defies his expectations, and Rei is also very smart. Yeah, I agree with you, Vanny. Rei and Tsurugi probably would have, I don't think they'd have the... I had no idea. Whatever the case, I could feel my body growing heavier and heavier before finally giving in to sleep. Ooh, what's this? Hey, are you there? Yeah. Over here.
Huh?
Why the exclamation? Are you hiding something from me, Miss Nijiue? Mikado, what's wrong? Calling me out here so late? Oh, what's wrong? Yeah, Teruya's grown as a person. I agree with you, Em. You want to know what's wrong, Miss Nijiue? You, of all people, should know damn well what's wrong, you pathetic waste of space! Acceptable. Miss Nijiue, I shouldn't need to remind you of your role as a void. Here's the thing, it's maybe solvable if you have all the info, though I still doubt it pretty strongly, but the bigger issue is they needed luck to get the info in the first place. I mean, but to be fair, pulling off a murder like this also requires a certain amount of luck in its own right. Yeah, to do a plan like this, a lot of things have to go right in order for it to go off the way it does. So, I think that ultimately it kind of balances out, you know? And, like, I understand we're going for realism, but, like, for the sake of story being told, like, for going, like, for... I don't know why I'm still talking about this. I guess I just don't like the idea of just a ridiculously... I guess I just am not as high on the idea of a mastermind killer who only got taken out by luck. The only thing that doesn't convince me is that only Shobai had the knowledge about certain aspects of the murder to ultimately figure it out, like the dismemberment timings. Okay, yeah, the luck Sora had. The plan dictated that you were to kill on the second island, not Miss Mogorobi. We got lucky that things fell into place the way that they did. I may have overlooked that one transgression, but two? This class trial was to feature 2 victims at the hands of 1 blackened. Yet somehow the exact opposite managed to happen. 2 blackens? It's unheard of! How do you plan to rectify this, Well, So what on earth is Iroha's story for why she's a void? For a moment back there, you really had me. The sight of Miss Chiabukuro's body in such a state. And your act of panicked helplessness, I began to wonder if I'd perhaps misjudged you.
Disgraceful.
But lo and behold, it wasn't an act, and I came to realize that you had failed me once more. How could you let things get so out of hand? Had Tsurugi Array been present in Chapter 3, I feel as if the whole case would have to be reformed. Yeah, probably. I mean, let's also not forget, like, Kinji had to limit Tsurugi and Rei's investigation time in order to get as far as he did. Yeah, Tyler's right. There were 2 victims. What did you even do on this island? Oh, that's probably why he was watching her, just kind of waiting to see if she was actually going to do something. Well, I was preparing some things, but Kanade was so quick,
Do not feed me such feeble excuses, you mangy mutt. I warned you in advance what this motive would entail. And even then, you still managed to fail me.
It goes back to the Mary Sue debate. That sort of character wouldn't usually work, but I think Lanuge created the exceptionally rare circumstances where it does perfectly. I mean, and look, I'm not saying Kanade is a Mary Sue. She isn't. By definition, she isn't. I'm just saying... I guess I'm just usually not a fan of, like, having just a massive disparity between, like, one character and the rest. I don't know why I'm harping on about this. I feel like I've done enough whining.
Need I remind you what your sole purpose here is, Miss Nijiue? To ensure our number is exactly 5. And to carry out your respective murder when the time comes.
We're trying to get it down to 5 survivors.
Can't you even manage something as simple as that? I should not have to remind you what's at stake here. If this plan fails, our lives are over. There are no second chances.
Oh, wait, but this isn't fair! I wasn't assigned to the third island and nobody told me things had changed. I can't just do this on my own.
Then call upon his powers, for heaven's sake.
His powers.
You saw what happened in the class trial, no? The outcome is already set. All you need to do is possess the will to make it happen. Do you mean to tell me you cannot do something as simplistic as that? Well, do... How disgraceful.
I suppose it cannot be helped. We're all still here, and a trial was able to happen after all. Things may yet still be salvageable. Therefore, in my infinite generosity and kindness, I shall permit you another chance. The next island will be the 4th one. You will kill someone there. Huh? But... Calm yourself, Miss Nijiue. Under his blessing, all shall unfold the way it should. There is no need to fear. No, it's not that. It's... Well, I figured that since they were supposed to be the 4th island's killer, maybe I could... They? Oh, you mean the final void.
Good grief.
Do you honestly still believe that they are working with us? Miss Nijiue, your simplicity knows no bounds. What? What do you mean?
Damn brat.
They have defected, Miss Nijiue. Surely you noticed it, on this island of all places. They intend to ruin everything we've worked so hard to achieve. Yeah, I agree, Io. The red eyes are so good. I shall have to deliver an appropriate punishment when the time is right.
You see.
Why do you think I called you here? Believe me, if they were still aligned with us, I'd have no further use for you. They are more talented and capable than you in every single way. No, I would give them this task, not you.
How disgraceful.
You and I are all that remains of Void. Do you see now the gravity of the situation which we now find ourselves in?
Now then.
If you have any sense, you will do as I say and obey my orders. It is the only way in which all can achieve true happiness. Now then, time is of the essence, so I pray you do not disappoint me further and deliver us a murder that fits all of the necessary criteria. But What's the matter? Oh dear. Miss Nijiue, please don't tell me that you too are planning to defect and wish to face the same fate that awaits them. No, of course not.
Quite exciting.
Miss Nijiue, all I ask is that you hold out for just a little longer. Soon everything else will become immaterial. And then he shall walk among us once more.
Careful now.
I believe this concludes our conversation, so let us retire before Mr. Hashimoto or the like spies our little late-night rendezvous. Oh, and don't even think about following our traitor into defecting. Should you choose to, then. let's see. I mean, yeah, I will say, yeah, this is definitely showing me some interesting dynamics for Void as a group. I like this reveal. Although I do get the sense that... I mean, it does basically mean that Iroha is basically a goner this chapter. I don't know... I feel like she's gonna... I don't really know if she's gonna... I guess the question is, like, how do you make it so that it's still satisfying to solve while knowing she's most likely the killer next chapter, if she isn't the victim? Oh, hell. Okay, those are demon eyes. Did you think Iroha was a possible Void? I think I wrote her down as one. I see. So they're going to reveal it even though the cast doesn't know it. Setsuka's lack of presence will definitely be felt in Chapter 4. Oh man, yeah, I'm not ready for that. Wow. I can't imagine that, computer. Alright. So, first of all, props to the dub team, but okay, so obviously props to the dub team, but this does lead me to the question of, this does leave me with a slight problem. I need to figure out how to get my save file working to like play the rest of this game to be honest, I'm going to be honest, I'm glad that I waited as long as I did to get into Danganronpa. Like, even at the time, I think I don't know, like, how well I would have responded to this, like, when I was just starting out, you know? I mean, to be honest, even to Danganronpa in general, I was able to experience it, like, when I was probably intended to. With love, the SDRA2 English dub team. Great job, guys. Alright. So, I take it that there's no way to actually continue the game after this. Let me just test it. Yeah. That's a shame. Alright, well, in that case... Actually, I'm gonna load it one more time just so I can actually, I'm just gonna load it one more time so we don't have to listen to the music. Alright. So, yeah, if you can leave that in a comment, if you can just leave that in the comments, computer, just so I don't forget to do it, I'd really appreciate that. Although I should probably be able to manage it fine. I just want to make sure. But yeah, thank you. Well, that's the end of the trial. Also, hang on, I think there was one thing. I can't be on for much long. Okay, I can't be on for much longer, but I'm going to, okay. Golem. Alright, Golem, if you're still here, I'm ready to hear that thing you were going to tell me about. Oh, and if you're not here, then I guess this is your signal to let me know in the comments. I assume it has to be spoilered. Anyway, got 5 hours. So I am glad to hear that, Vanny, but I will say one thing I will say, like, I will say that, like, I do appreciate the willingness to reveal a Void without immediately having to kill them off. That's good. And, you know, it solved my problem. And, you know, it solved my issue of, it you know, like, got rid of my concern in after the end of Chapter 2 that this was just going to be all Voids all the way. But, Um, I guess now the question is, how on earth do you top this? Especially like at least in terms of the big concern I have, and this isn't me like not like I'm if anyone could do it, it's Lanuge, but how do you top this? How on earth do you top this in terms of just outright terror? Like, especially with how even Void was sickened. Void, Mikado. Given that Mikado and Monocro even were sickened by what Kanade was and what her motives were, how do you top this? How do you make Void like imposing, threatening, satisfying, make their plan interesting, and have it top this? I assume there's going to be more reasons, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like I probably won't be coming back to this much, Simputer, or at least not to the second half of the trial. Like it, because like not because it's bad, but because you can always take so much. I don't need like all the brutality. I'd rather like if the writing gets better, then I'm game. Anyway, Golem, gaming dev boss. Oh yeah, Golem. Casts. Hang on. It loses some of its Danganronpa feel if anyone else disagrees. Not gonna lie, I think that's going to. I think that's going to. And then Buccadeer. You said that, Buccadeer, and then one answer, themes. I see. That, yeah, I could see that winning me over, because Kanade was kind of a one and done. Cast's chemistry gets so much better from here on out, as if it isn't good already. Man, that's awesome. Oh, second half. Excuse me. Yeah. I'm gonna miss Setsuka. I'm gonna miss the twins too, to be honest. The twins I thought I knew anyway. Game dev boss said we can throw you a review key for Kumatante when we are dropping episode 1 if you're up for that. Yeah, sure. I don't know like how soon you like if you want me to cover it on. I don't know when you're planning on releasing it, but yeah, like I'm definitely interested in Kumatante. I'd love to review it on stream. I'm honestly I'm honored personally. Like I'm genuinely honored. Like I had no idea that I was never gonna expect. I never expected that a writer for that game was going to show up in my stream audience, but I guess it's not out of the question. I mean, from what I understand, Detective Nyes is part of the Kumatante team, or maybe I thought Detective Nyes was a part of the Kumatante team, or maybe I'm just making that up. I thought I read that somewhere. Anyway, can't say when, but I'll relay the message to my boss about your interest. All right, cool. Well, I'm glad that I could be of service, and I wish you the best of luck on your writing efforts. Even among Kanade enjoyers, there are a decent chunk of people who think 4's trial is even better. Wow. I mean, I know this is Lanuge I know this is Lanuge we're talking about. Nyes is the scenario writer. Ah. Right. Even among Kanade enjoyers, there's a decent chunk of people who think 4's trial's better. Yeah. I mean, okay, I know this is Lanuge, but that does have me excited. Like the fact that like seemingly it's only better from that it only gets better from here. Well, not only gets better, but like the fact that the game still hasn't fully played its hand yet. That's that's good to know, because I think after something like this would because especially after making sure that the voids don't completely, fall off. Good night, Golem. But yeah, ensuring the voids don't completely fall off is definitely a concern. Even with even executing a trial as successfully as this. But you know, I guess I've just got to learn to like have more faith in Lanuge. But yeah. Yeah, chapter 4s are always a bit unconventional. Actually, now that I think about it, I wonder if I mean, granted at the pace we're going so far, 2-4 is probably going to be better than 1-4, which is crazy. But yeah, I mean, even here they're bending the rules a bit. I'd say, IO. That's probably. I mean, honestly, they've been bending. That's probably why Lanuge has been so successful. They've really been like. He's really like, this game especially has been like really getting creative with everything they're doing with these murder cases and you know, the storytelling. I mean, even back in DRA 1 you saw bits of it. But yeah, overall, like I really like the trial. I don't know how I'd rank it personally, and like I think objectively speaking, this is the best trial so far. And so objectively speaking, I'd say this is the best trial so far, and honestly, probably even better than, like, although I don't know if I'd call it like I don't know if I'd say like on an, I guess objectively it probably is better than DRA 1-4, but at the same time, like it's better, it's good for different reasons, so I don't know how much I can compare them. I don't know if I could rank them to be honest. Like personally, like 1-4 is absolutely incredible. Like yeah, that is true, but at the same time, like yeah, that's true, Computer. Yeah, 1-4 has tighter emotional writing. Well, yeah, more so than this anyway. 1-4 has tighter emotional writing than 2-4, but 2-4 is a better narrative. Interesting. Is it one of those things that only becomes like clear on a rewatch, or will it become apparent to me? Yeah, to be honest, it's kind of a similar reaction I had to the imprisoned turnabout from Investigations 2. It's a good case, and granted it is very long, arguably too long, but that one was really the one that really made me start noticing like just how much effort was put into Investigations 2. Some people think 2-4 is boring because it's slower paced, but I think it's exactly what the game needs. Oh, certainly. I think that's the case. Like, we do need some wind down. Yeah. Yeah. And just in case, and just to say it one more time for the people in the back, I don't dislike the writing decisions made in the stream. To be honest, it's probably just like stuff that maybe like irks me in the moment. I think, okay, here's what I say was happening. I didn't dislike the writing decisions. It's that the writing decisions that were made were well executed and they were well written, and I liked them. But they reminded me of stuff from the main series that I don't like, if that makes sense. You get what I mean? Like, here's an example. Kanade reminds me of Junko. I like Kanade. I do not like Junko. Does that make sense? Am I making sense here? Chapter 6 is extremely long-winded. Oh, geez. Guess we'll be streaming Chapter 6 for an entire month. But yeah, am I making sense here with like what I'm saying? I don't dislike this chapter. I don't dislike Kanade as a character. I dislike her as a person. But yeah, that's the point. Like, that's kind of my thing. Like, the main series, I do like Danganronpa, but oh man, it does stuff. It just, so many times it just drops the ball, and it's kind of gotten worse the more I've thought about it. and that's not, and like I still like, again, still like the series, and hopefully that'll awaken something in like the writer in me eventually. But yeah, you're not a. Oh, I'm glad you think the same way, Vanny. Like, yeah, that's my point. Like, I'm trying to think of another good example. I'm trying to think of another example of what I'm talking about, but I honestly don't think I can. I've never really come across a situation like this before. But yeah, to quote the end of that one Whitest Kids You Know sketch, I don't really know what we learned today. Maybe let's just not hang out for a while. I mean that sarcastically. I'm going to be streaming again next Friday, but yeah. Oh yeah, the main games are definitely going to be harder to revisit after DRA. Oh yeah, definitely. The fan service feels a lot more restrained in the Another series. I appreciate that so damn much. Was it that bad in V3? I mean it had its moments, but like, and I guess Miu, but well, what the fangans have is that, I mean, it's like I said at the end of my DRA1 video. It's the fact that any fangan creator can take what they like about the Danganronpa formula and then just discard the parts they don't. And it can result in fans of a similar taste enjoying that potentially more, even if the quality is technically not up to that of Danganronpa. I know that, and I mean, speaking of that, like, I don't know what is going to be. I don't know what the story behind Kumatante is going to be, though. I do, and granted, I haven't watched that much of Detective Nye's videos, but I do definitely disagree with. I do have my disagreements with some of their opinions, and also just I don't agree with them on everything, certainly. And to be honest, I haven't seen much of their videos, but I'm willing to give this a chance, right? Especially just with the fact that, it is a Danganronpa-inspired game, and, if Attorney of the Arcane and Paper Perjury could pull it off, then what's to stop them from doing it too? I'm not sure if this counts as respectfully, but I've also seen people make the point that it's rare for female sociopaths in fiction to be handled as well as Kanade is here. I don't know how you. I guess my question is like how you do that. Like, how do you like write? Like I know that it's a point that's brought up a lot in reviewing media. I assume the answer to the question of how do you write good female characters is just write them. Use the same techniques that you use for writing any character. Just and you don't have to make it a point that they're female. That's at least what I'm understanding. I don't know, like, I don't know what else to say about that, especially since I'm not as experienced in writing that stuff. I do definitely want to, that said, like, whenever I do write something, I do want to make sure that all the characters, whoever they are written well. But yeah, it is very late. Okay, so, listen, I'd love to continue this conversation, but it is very late. I should have ended the stream by now. But yeah, the next stream will pick up chapter 4 this Friday, assuming I don't screw up with the with transferring the save file over. But yeah, see you next time. Bye.